Guys, I'm trying to watch
I'm
Tiger
here.
King.
You're trying to watch what?
Tiger King.
I just
It's
finished
pretty
that.
good.
I just finished that. It's great.
It starts kind of slow.
Just give it time.
I think I've watched 3 or 4 of the episodes of Tiger King now. You know, the fact that I think I started watching it because it was so in sync with the whole Lion King thing that I've been tracking, and it felt like such an amazing bullseye.
Yep.
The fact that 4 episodes in, I've completely forgotten about that, and I'm just like, wow, this is crazy lives you all living.
Yeah, very. How far are you, Joe?
I just started the second episode.
When they start talking about the polygamy.
Right. Yeah, it's not until about the 3rd or 4th episode that shit gets really crazy.
It was crazy from like the first 30 seconds.
Well, I mean, beyond the obvious, where shit gets just really intense.
God, I can hear people whispering on this street, and this is like the main street of Tel Aviv. There is nobody out here.
Are you're on the street?
No, I'm in my apartment looking at the street.
Uh-huh.
There is zero noise.
Yeah, it's pretty spooky.
So, hey, Joe, what has changed in a week since we last talked to you? Anything?
Not too much. City's more locked down. They issued new orders that if you leave your house, you're going to get fined like $1,000. So people are actually obeying it now. 2 weeks ago, everyone was on the beach, like playing volleyball and stuff. Nobody cared.
I finally saw some news about Israel in particular, and it sounded like this report was saying how potentially the crisis is being used for political gain by the leaders, like shutting things down or just making things a lot more surveillance-y.
Yeah, I think that's the general plan. People in Israel don't tend to have the culture of government skepticism, so you don't hear this crazy uproar about they're clamping down on our rights and like you do in America. But I don't know any specifics of who's using what for political gain, but I'm sure everybody is.
Well, I think that goes without saying at this point, right? Like, this has been my point throughout it, is to say, regardless of what we can make of the virus itself and all these sorts of questions, the response, particularly, well, not even particularly U.S. response, but pretty much global governments around the world, the response has been, let's utilize this as an excuse to completely grab as much power as we can, and it's absolutely outrageous.
Yeah. That's why they're in power to begin with. It's because that's just what they do. Well, could we expect anything else from them?
So I'm trying to add people to this call. While I'm doing that, can I just see who else do we got here? Who's on this call already? If you don't mind giving me a little shout out introduction.
Here, Alan. S.J. Anderson here.
S.J. and Guillaume.
Wally's here.
Cool. Okay.
Hey. Hello.
Hello, Guillaume.
No, it's JJ,
No,
I think.
it's Jeremy.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, cool. I did get you this time. So I'm sorry,
Okay.
man. Last week, I guess I had you on Skype, but I guess I had an older Skype account that I was calling.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't even remember I had 2 accounts, so yeah, it's my fault. Yeah, it's okay.
Well, maybe we could do just a quick rundown of, sort of where everyone is and just a quick update of how things have changed where they are.
Hello.
I know. So if we could, maybe we could start with Wally and then just kind of go around the globe here. Wally, you're in London. Give me a sense of how things have changed for you.
Well, the government went into full lockdown mode officially on this past Monday, so we're 6 days in. I have not ventured out far beyond my home other than a quick grocery run yesterday. And all the grocery stores in my neighborhood were enforcing queuing outside of, like, you had to line up, and they were they were letting one family in at a time, and everybody was, separated by 2 meters or 6 feet or whatever. And a lot more people wearing masks. I was wearing a mask. I had and rubber gloves, actually, mainly because my wife insisted. The grocery shopping experience was kind of an odd combination of surreal and relaxing because it was so quiet and so few people. And it was moderately stocked. There were certain things I couldn't find, other things I could. And then just walking around the neighborhood, once a day or so, there's definitely like just this odd vibe when you encounter other people. There's not a lot of eye contact, and people are distancing themselves pretty readily. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a really social person out here in London to begin with, so I don't have a lot of interactions with people other than with maybe my neighbors. And that's been fine. Boris Johnson, you all have probably heard, has tested positive, which is interesting, and Prince Charles as well, and a couple of other high-ranking ministers. And it's surprising actually that not more members of Parliament have gotten infected because of just, I don't know if you've ever seen footage of a session of Parliament, but they're all in basically like church pews, just sitting next to each other in very close quarters. But everything is very much locked down. I mean, things are still functioning. There's all the London transit systems are still functioning, but the ridership is down about 90%, I've read. And then there's still occasional stories popping up of people really flouting the lockdown, and like certain groups of kids have been faking having illnesses and like harassing health workers, and they're being like they're really cracking down on those people, including their parents, which is kind of intense. But it's like I said last week. I mean, my day-to-day life here, I work from home to begin with and don't interact with a lot of people, so my general sense of things hasn't shifted that much. But it is once you really walk around in the more commercial parts of town where you discover just how different it is, because everything other than grocery stores and pharmacies are closed. So,
and can I ask one question? I had seen that people talk the tracking by cell phones and the fines if you were breaking outside of your quarantine space or whatever. Has that officially started yet, or?
Not that I know of. I hadn't heard about that. At least not in the UK. I don't know if I think that's happening.
I did see it proposed for England. That's why I wasn't sure if it had actually passed or not.
No, that's not happened. I mean, there's basically just there's no fines. It's not like, they're not enforcing things right now. They're just pleading with people to just stop going out unless you absolutely have to. Like we've gotten leaflets in the mail, various when you live here, you have to register with like your local council. So it's like we have boroughs in London, similar to New York, and each borough is contacting all of its citizens and saying, stay the fuck home. But I don't know. It's not nearly as intense as like Italy, for example, where mayors are posting videos screaming to their citizens to get to wake the fuck up and stop
like
going.
Drone footage, right? That's what I saw anyway.
I haven't seen drone footage, but I've just seen videos made by various. There's like a compilation of like 8 or 9 different Italian mayors. Like really, my wife.
Oh yeah.
My wife is Italian, so she translated it for me, and they're like totally swearing and yelling at the top of their lungs, and just it's hard not to kind of say that's a very stereotypical Italian kind of behavior. But
for sure, thinking about it, actually, I think what I saw might have been a joke. I think somebody might have taken that and overlaid it on top of
I'm sure
drone footage of like kids being harassed by some drone operator.
Yeah,
that's great. So who's next if we travel around the globe heading east? Is that JJ or Guillaume? Who's next coming from London? Do you know the answer to that? Let's start with JJ.
JJ, yeah.
Hey, okay. So yeah, in France, 2 days ago, I think the Prime Minister announced that we have the lockdown will last two more weeks, but I guess he's just announcing that like 2 weeks by 2 weeks, because I think it will last much longer than that, and yeah. So for the tracking of the phones, it already started in France, because they have been able to track the Parisian people that left the capital to go outside, to go in other regions of France, and so they were able to say that there were 1.2 million Parisians that went outside of Paris because of the lockdown, and yeah. What can I say more? To me, it doesn't really change anything because I work from home and I don't really go out, and so it doesn't really change for me. But yeah, that's I don't know what to say more now, but yeah.
Okay.
I've heard that Parisians, certain upper-class Parisians that have like second homes in smaller towns in France.
Exactly.
And they're causing, and like the locals in those smaller communities are quite upset.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you heard? You must have heard that as well.
Yeah. But a lot of Parisian people actually are not native from Paris.
Ah.
So it's the student. It's more often the students that go back to their parents' house.
I see.
It's more comfortable because they have small flats in Paris, and so it's. I can understand that, but
Yeah,
I have friends who did that, but yeah, I can understand. But me, I'm in the suburbs of Paris, so I'm not in Paris, so it's more comfortable. I have a flat that it's like comfortable, so it's okay for me. I thought about going to my mom's house she's in the center of France, and it's a small village, and it would have been more comfortable, but no, I don't know. I prefer to stay here. It's okay. It's okay.
Guillaume, I guess you're next. If you want to step in here and just kind of give us an update, yeah.
So yeah, since last week, confinement, I'm trying to get used to it. There's less and less people in the street. What can I say more? In France, there's this battle all the time on TV between Professor Raoul and the governments and scientists fighting against the claim that the hydroxychloroquine is could be used before they make all the tests. So basically, there's this lately, this fight, and still no mask, still no alcoholic gels in pharma shops, and that's kind of crazy. No, not enough tests. So yeah, that's weird. All those stuff at the same time.
Yeah, and you have the neighbors that are denouncing the people that are going outside more often, you know. So
really?
You have this stuff of denunciation that is it's great, and you have the nurses. Some nurses receive notes on their door from the neighbors saying, "Can you leave the apartment because we are afraid to get the coronavirus," and stuff like that. You have like maybe 4 or 5 nurses that have this. So yeah.
Some in Lyon also received that. That's totally crazy. Yeah, people are
Right. Yeah. So it's like, would you rather have someone with the healthcare knowledge near you, or are you worried that you're bringing it to the building? I guess I get it. But
yeah, but you should
sure.
Thank her for what she's doing, you know, and then you can be scared, you know, but you can go at her door, I don't know, call her or something, and talk to her and have her explain you that she can't give it to you like that, or I don't know. You can be scared, of course, but saying like this without your name, you know, please can you go somewhere else, you know, it's not the good way, I think.
No, that's up.
Yeah, that's clearly fucked up.
I think that's the opposite that's happening in London. There are like videos circulating of people being applauded as they leave work by their neighbors to go to work in healthcare.
Oh yeah, sure. We do this all every evening, you know, at 8:00. Everybody's uploading at their windows, you know. It's growing more and more, you know. It's really, really cool to see this.
It is.
Yeah, even the Eiffel Tower is lighting at 8, and they write thank you on the Eiffel Tower too. Yeah.
Here too in Lyon we have towers with thank you, big thank yous. Yeah. And about the drones, I was listening to I don't know who was talking about that, but there's been places in France where there were drones shouting to people to go home also.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it exists. First, it was in China. I remember when I was seeing this, I was kind of laughing, you know.
Yeah.
And it's been done in France in certain places. Yeah.
Interesting. Wow.
If we can, let's move to Joe. I know you were talking a little bit at the beginning, but if you would step back in here, you're in Tel Aviv. And what were you saying about the $1,000 fines? And I guess I want to just follow up question is, last time we spoke, you said there were very, very few, if not zero cases in Israel. You were talking about what a small impact it was, but these are really big maneuvers. Have their cases increased at all or anything like that?
Yes, just I think the same business as everywhere else right now here. People are not going out at all, and there's a lot of people scared in the shops that are staying open. They won't let you come inside. They have like barricades on the entrances, and almost all the grocery stores that you can go in, they have a limit for the amount of people that can go in at one time. There are However, a lot of people breaking it, like going to the beach in the morning or trying to go for runs and that kind of a thing. But every like, what do I want? What? Give me 1 second, babe. Okay, thanks. Sorry, guys. Yeah, there's like every few hours a cop or someone with a big siren driving around telling everyone they're going to get fined if they don't get out of the streets. So then everyone kind of disperses and everything's empty again. But I told you guys earlier, I'm on like the main street here, which is usually just bustling with activity. And it's like so quiet you could hear a mouse. As far as fines go, I heard that people are supposed to be fined $1,000 if they're caught out not going to a pharmacy or a grocery store. But I don't know anybody that has had to pay it. And a lot of people are genuinely scared, especially old people. The young people here don't really seem to care too much. They're kind of laughing about it, but still adhering to the rules. But they all say that their parents are locked away in their houses and they don't want to go near them, don't want to touch them, and they're genuinely afraid. And that's about it. I think Israel is basically progressing with everybody else. Same rules, same situation, same like 50% of the people are hysterical and 50% think it's a big joke. But regardless, everybody's behaving according to the rules. And as far as cases goes, I think I heard a few days ago that there were a few deaths here, but I don't think it's any more than 10. I would be shocked if it was more than 10. And I think the number of cases is pretty limited because they're really strict with entries and quarantines. Every single person that comes into Israel has to be 100% by themselves for 2 straight weeks. And that's not whether you have symptoms or there's no like conditions. It's just if you come to the country after being abroad, you're 2 weeks by yourself in your house. And actually cops wearing hazmat suits will come check on you randomly and periodically. I've talked to people that have had this happen to them. So they're pretty strict with it. And I did see videos also of people that were caught leaving quarantine that the government had tracked their cell phones. This is just the word that I got from what these videos were. And, these cops basically jumped them in hazmat suits and then arrested them, I think. So people that are in quarantine, even if they're young and not taking the whole situation serious, they are taking that serious. So they know that, the government's not messing around when they say stick to the rules. Other than that, life as usual.
SJ, I believe you're up next.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Let me just get off of mute here. I'm in Batumi, Georgia, in the Black Sea, and I've been out. Haven't been going out too much. One thing is I don't speak Georgian. I speak some broken Russian and English, and there's not much English speaking here, so I don't really know what's going on other than what I can observe. There is a website in English that the government set up that just kind of has been announcing things, and I think last week this country went down in the lockdown like everybody else, closed the flights, closed the borders, mandatory quarantines for only citizens. If you're not a citizen, you can't come back. You can't enter. If you are a citizen, you can come back but have to quarantine. I think I've been out twice since we talked last. Definitely everything's closed. I was out today and it was even more quiet than it was last time. The grocery store's open. The one I've been going to is a pretty big one, but it was never that crowded anyway because I think most of the people here shop at little bodegas or like street fruit markets and vegetable markets. The big change they have is making us wear those deli gloves. Like, I don't know if you guys remember going into a Subway in America, anytime in the last 20, 30 years, they those kind of loose plastic gloves that the workers have on. So we've been putting those on, but I haven't been using any masks. I've got a little cash, a stash of them, but I'm saving them for only when it's mandatory. And no one has said anything to me. No one's looked at me strange. It seems like half the people here aren't wearing them, even old people. And then you'll see guys in like medical gloves and kind of larger masks as well. So I think there's this kind of split in the collective psyche that some of you guys were alluding to earlier, which is really fascinating. I was walking down on the boardwalk on the Black Sea just to get some exercise. And the last 2 times I've been out walking there's this like long boardwalk that goes for miles. And there's always been people running and families and couples and even, Today it was less so, but it's hard to judge because it's very overcast, and that can affect things. But the last time I was out, there was sunshine. I'm guessing when there's sunshine, there's going to be more people out there. So the other thing, Georgia's only got 94 cases, so it has not seen the exponential growth that the rest of the world has, which is interesting. Georgia is a former Soviet republic, and so I think similar to what we're seeing in Russia, where there's not many cases, there's not many cases here, even though Georgia is politically very much aligned with the EU and the West. But it seems like just functionally, there's a lot of Russian activity here, a lot of business, a lot of vacationers that come from Russia. The other thing I want to mention is that I'm also, I've left China. I keep an apartment there, and so I'm in touch with people in China. But the big news this week is that China has closed itself off to all foreigners. And that's a huge deal, or because a lot of people work there, a lot of foreigners work there, and they basically said you can't come back now. They're calling it temporary, but even if you have a visa, I have a visa for China, it doesn't matter. Before they closed the borders to foreigners, if I were to have gone back, I would have been in an automatic 14-day quarantine. So anyhow, that's just kind of the quick update. I mean, I won't get into we'll save everything else for later. That's just kind of observation on the ground. Oh, wait, one other quick thing. There's a hospital that popped up right in my neighborhood, right as my path to the grocery store. I didn't see it today, but because I avoided it. But the last time I went out, it's a makeshift hospital in an old building, and I saw nurses outside, and older people were walking up to it. It seemed like maybe 5 or 10 people milling around outside. But I think that's probably a COVID testing hospital or a COVID, screening hospital.
All right, Zenor, are you there with us? No? Okay. All right. Let's. So, who's after Zenor? Who do we got on West Coast USA? Is that Doug? You there?
Yeah,
Yeah,
hi guys,
I'm here.
Oh, Zenor's there. Okay.
Yeah, I was just eating some breakfast. I just woke up, so
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
kind of groggy. Yeah, so there hasn't been much that's changed in Japan since I last talked to you guys. There's been an order by the governor of Tokyo and backed up by the federal government to basically have nobody out in the street in Tokyo and Yokohama, like that whole area, the whole sort of Kanto area. And that's because since the Olympics have been postponed, they're starting to test again. They're finding all these new cases, of course. And so then the people are getting freaked out about it. And so they told people this weekend not to go out in the streets. And I wasn't up in Tokyo, so I'm not really sure. But from what I heard, that was people kept to that. Like they didn't go out much, but it was nothing mandatory. And I don't know what's going to happen today. There's nothing like there's no order to stop people from going to work today. So I think everything opens up again today. Where I am, there's no restriction on what we can do. Kids play in the park together, and you can go hiking or whatever. There's a lot of people in the street because a lot of people are either not working or working at home. But it's kind of still strange here. Like you get the feeling that they're going to maybe crack down this week. Because cases are increasing a lot, but so far it's pretty quiet.
You had mentioned last time talking about like opening the schools back up for your kids and whatnot. Has there been any update on that?
Not yet. That should come in this week as well. So they normally all the schools should open first week of April. So I'm assuming the next couple of days they're going to have a meeting on that. If they are planning to shut down Tokyo and this area like Kanagawa, of course the schools won't be open again. But there's been no word on that. a lot of people are anticipating that it's going to happen because the stores there, you had these huge panic buying sessions at stores all over the place again. Where stores up in Tokyo are just stripped of everything basically, except like taco sauce or something. Basically it's the same kind of business that was going on before. People are just anticipating that something's going to happen. Like finally, it just seems like finally Japan's like faced reality once the Olympics have been postponed. But it's still a kind of a strange case here.
I just want to ask real quick about the Olympics. So last time we spoke, the idea was the Olympics where like it would be unthinkable to cancel them, all that sort of stuff. They did. Now I've read that they say postponed, right? Not canceled. They'll do it in 2021. Mm-hmm. Is there anything else that you've heard there, or sort of like general reaction? Is being seen as a really big deal to do that, or is it more accepted as a
I think people realize that it needed to happen, but it is a huge deal. Like there's so many, like it's so tight, the schedules for all the Olympic venues, right? Because they're used for all kinds of different venues, like concerts and other sporting events and everything else, So to postpone the Olympics, which means like all these this huge schedule just pushed into the future indefinitely. Like they said, there's no definite timeline now for the Olympics, so nobody knows what's going to happen. Like what, like it ends up putting like a rock in the gears of everything that's been scheduled, and of course that's a huge blow to the Japanese economy and the pride of, especially the pride of the Abe government and everything else. But the people, I think, sort of expected it to happen, So they say postponement now, but it could, like they're saying up to a year, but because there's no schedule and nobody has any idea how this thing is going to turn out, there's a good chance that it'll get canceled. And then if that happens, it screws up the entire Olympic cycle worldwide. Like for the Winter Olympics in the next couple years, and then 4 years later the Summer Games. Everything gets screwed up if you interfere with the schedule once. It's really hard to get back on track, apparently.
I'm sorry, I want to ask 2 more questions. I just want to get here 1 second about the Olympics. Did they start the running of the torch at all? Because I kind of remember there was something about a guy who wasn't wanted because he, this whole idea of bringing this torch from place to place. I remember there was something along those lines of like, that they didn't want this guy there. And maybe that was just a early precaution. I don't know if that had even started. And the other thing is knowing, obviously, Japanese culture doesn't really seem like they would dive into this. I'm just curious if any of the sort of Akira 2020 Olympics sort of quasi-prediction / meme had bubbled into mainstream culture there, to the best of your awareness.
In the last question, no, I don't know, but I haven't heard about that. I've forgotten that myself. So what is that like?
In the film, Tokyo has the Olympics in 2020, and it gets canceled because of this major disaster.
Really? I didn't know that. I forgot that. I saw that movie ages ago, but I'll check that again. But as far as the torch race, the last I heard about that, and this, I think it was due to happen right before they announced the postponement, but they were talking about having the torch race in a car or something, like, with no spectators at all, like just somebody in a car sort of wheeling wheeling along the streets or something. I think they did that one. I'm not really sure. Like it didn't. Of course, it didn't get the press because everything else was happening. But so either, like, it was definitely altered from its usual way of doing things, you know.
For sure. All right. If we want to keep this going real quick, Doug, I think you're up next.
There's no one in California or anything? Washington State, Oregon?
So did I see that? So Dennis did join, and
he's Midwest.
I thought I saw that Alex Fulton was here. Is he gone again? Looks like he's gone again.
All right.
Yeah, touch me.
So something for the international folks to understand about the U.S. response has to do with. So we definitely have like a federal response, but really things are happening more locally. So in Boise, since it's an urban area, our mayor, she definitely shut the city down a lot quicker than some of the more suburban areas. And then I think Rachel Maddow was making fun of our governor, last week sometime. And then he finally shut the state down for the most part. But it turns out that in Idaho, basically every business is an essential business. And so it's pretty lax here. Like one of the reporters said, is a liquor store an essential business? And he's like, well, it's a grocery store of a kind. But there was still a run on liquor stores that day, of course. And the lines were hilarious because, they're like 6 feet apart going out the door, way down the street at the liquor store. In terms of testing in Idaho, pretty much you have to have severe symptoms to get a test for the most part is what I'm hearing. We have about 200 plus cases in the state, and we now have a handful of deaths. And so it's we're in the serious phase. My kids definitely, the schools are making preparations to take things online this next week. So spring break would have ended. Today would have been actually Treefort Sunday, which is interesting to think about. So, and that was one of the, the first agonizing things that happened was, before the city shut down, they shut Treefort down because the whole idea of having, of course, South by Southwest shut down before, and also Coachella shut down also. So it's postponed for people that are interested until September. And so, that'll be a fall Treefort. And then in terms of my daily life, like you guys know, I work in a grocery store. And so we had a lot of panic buying and we're super busy. And then that day, the governor said that, for the most part, the state of Idaho needs to shut down and behave more like Boise's been behaving for a week and a half or so. We got a rush that day, but we do a senior hour in the morning. And we see a lot of folks then, kind of a little rush, and they're all wearing masks and like gloves, like you guys were noting. And then it's just a ghost town. And then somewhere after noon, we'll get another little rush. And so I kind of think what's happening is the chain stores have moved to like order online, curbside pickup. And so it seems like people are innovating how you can minimize your contact. That's also something interesting. For the longest time in this country, the CDC was saying that you wear a mask if you're sick to contain that sickness, but everyone else really doesn't need to wear masks. But it seems like that might be changing. And now they're saying that it's actually safer if you cover your face with something, just as an extra precaution. But I don't know if people realize the difference between like these N95 like PPE masks that the healthcare workers need and like a surgical mask, which, apparently just keeps the doctor's spit in his face and a bandana. But so employees that I work with, it's hard to maintain social distancing in a small space. So our life in a lot of ways is the exact same as it's been. But I think it's going to become more and more like whether or not they're going to limit the number of people in the store, or if we're going to start wearing masks and that kind of stuff. It'll be another interesting week. And then, of course, my wife is tearing apart the house because, there's space and time. And so she just painted the kitchen, and we're moving refrigerators around and vacuuming mold. So, I don't know. It's like a weird staycation.
Dennis Koch, are you there? Where are you at these days? I was going to say, I'm sorry, in your West, it's pronounced Cook, isn't it? I always do that.
Hey, sorry. Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Loud
totally.
and clear, Dennis.
Can anybody hear me? Oh, maybe I didn't unmute properly.
We all hear you, Dennis.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah. Well, I certainly can relate to some of what Doug said. One of my jobs is working at a Trader Joe's, so we went through a lot of the similar experiences that Doug described.
Dennis, would you remind me where are you living?
I'm in Iowa City, Iowa.
Okay, gotcha.
So, I mean, I think very similar array of things that Doug, I'm Midwestern. The response has been, it's a couple weeks behind the Northwest, things that the Northwest is. So people are like slowly going through these stages of realization. And, I don't really think that we realize the scope of it. And, I'm on a 3-week leave from Trader Joe's just because I don't think some of the responses I don't know. We were still assessing the risk, and employees weren't allowed to wear masks or anything, or gloves at certain points. And they said, hey, anybody who feels uncomfortable can take this as an option. They basically, not to get too involved, and I know everybody has their own situations. So, but like, people would get full paid leave if they got sick, but like, I don't really think that's like a good. I don't know. I really don't know if that's something that I would want to sit around and wait for, given what I think this is and the severity of it. So I'm at home. But one of my other jobs is growing microgreens indoors, and I've been doing that for about a year. So I'm continuing that business, and I do quite a ton out of a large basement area. So.
So you said, just to say, I would like to hear a little bit more about the policy. You said, hey, they're offering you paid leave if you get sick.
Yeah.
As you said, that's not if you have a $34,000 medical bill.
Yeah. That's my wife was like, why would you? I mean, even the cost of paying for if you get sick, why would you want that? Like, I don't know. Exactly, Alan.
What about out there in the world? Are people having stores that, like, that's the thing I'm curious about, that it's just a matter of time before, like, an employee of a grocery store tests positive?
Yeah, and people have already here. I mean, yeah.
At your Trader Joe's? Or
not at mine, but other grocery stores in town.
And does it shut down for, like, a few days to sanitize the whole store? Or is
that's
it tainted
what they did with
and then
one
no
of
one
them,
will go?
supposedly. Yeah. I don't know, Doug. I mean, supposedly they closed down one, what's called a Hy-Vee, and cleaned it and then reopened it.
Are you guys doing like a curbside pickup order online thing?
Well, Trader Joe's doesn't do that. So they're but
sure.
other ones are. Hy-Vees are. They do a delivery service. Yeah.
Can we? I guess we'll move. Bill, are you there? You're in Chicago, I'm sure.
Chi-Town, baby. How you doing? So I'm a teacher. Considering what my two previous career paths were, I was a bartender for years. I would have been totally fucked there. And I had a nursing license, but something in the back of my head said it wasn't the right move. I don't know why. And I'd be on the front lines of this thing getting my ass kicked right now. I hate to say it on a selfish level, with what I've been going through at this stage of my career as a teacher, this is like insane. This is great for me. As far as the atmosphere in Chicago, I think people are pretty calm. I'm amazed. You know, the volatility of Chicago is global, right? Chirac, all the shootings, but crime has gone down. I think that people are responding fairly well. People have responded well to our new mayor, Lori Lightfoot, African American, lesbian woman, taking charge. We have a new governor, Pritzker, who's a billionaire, but who's been there every day, giving us the reports. As far as I can tell, the vibe in Chicago in this area is pretty calm right now. I've talked to some nurses who work in the area. They're just getting their asses kicked. Obviously, when you're getting your asses kicked and then the person who's helping you kick ass gets sick, that really drains your ability to continue to fight. And I really feel like in the next 7 days, if they lose 5 to 10% more of their forces, it's going to really reach a critical phase. And that's when it's going to start to get very real. Tentatively, my high school is closed to the 8th. But we're expecting the whole thing to be shut down for a year. That's really all I got.
Okay.
Shut down for a year, you're saying?
I think you said for the year, right? The school year is over?
It's shut down till June, right? Till the end of the school year. Okay. So students will just be continue to do e-learning. Luckily, our high school gave all of our students laptops. So I'm connected to my students through all the various different methods. I'm using technology and programs that I used last semester, so they have experience with it. And I'm personally, like, to me, in the educational front, it's the beginning of like everything that I see where we need to take it. This is like I said, on a selfish level, this is a golden opportunity. Like everything that I see and want to plan with utilizing technology, moving towards a year-long learning program in schools, but yet you only show up 9 months physically, because they have smartphones, because of the technology, they should be doing educational stuff all year round, but they don't have to necessarily be in the classroom. So if you've ever heard of a flipped classroom where teachers will take their curriculum strictly online and the students are responsible for that part of their homework at home and then they come in and they get their help, I think we're going to flip the whole educational system. I mean, that's what it's pointing to. So like I said, from a personal level, I see really amazing things going forward for the educational system.
All right, I guess I'll jump. I think it's Jordan and I here on the East Coast. I don't have too much to say, so I guess I'll just say it real quick. Today actually marks 2 weeks since I've been unemployed. Bill, you mentioned if you were a bartender, you'd be fucked. Well, I've been working as a bartender. I'm fucked. But what I'm very pleased about is, so the last day that I worked, which was 2 weeks ago, Saturday, there was supposed to be every year they do this huge St. Patrick's Day, like multi-block party, just drunken revelry in this, they cordon off a few block area, and all the bars get their teeth kicked in for 15 hours that day, and that's a huge boom, but it's also a ton of people, right? So as that was coming up, they made the decision to cancel that event, and yet there was still a pretty big. We were open that day. That was the last day we were open, and it was still pretty damn busy. And it was that day where it was just so busy at the bar, and there was just so many people coming through that building, and I thought, well, this is, if I'm gonna get it, this is like when I'm getting it, right? I tried washing my hands as often as possible, whatever, and I'm like, well, this is just so many fucking people, you know, where I'm touching their glasses, where their mouths are, I'm touching, you know, their money, I'm touching everything, right? So anyway, to say that it's been 2 weeks since then, I have to admit a big sigh of relief on my part of, well, I know that I didn't get it that day. And as, you know, maybe that's a small thing, but for me, that was definitely the riskiest, the last day of like super risky activity, I guess, for myself. So I didn't realize I was making that mental note in the back of my mind, but last night I realized, like, oh, it's been 2 weeks, and I was like, that was a surprising comfort to me to sort of in the back of my mind realize, oh shit, all right, I guess I've cleared that time frame or whatever. Just to say, Doug, you mentioned something about cleaning the stores and whatnot. They did have where they've kept our liquor stores open, but they had some cashier's roommate got it, so they closed that store down to clean it for a few days and all that sort of stuff. I believe it's been reopened since then, but those sort of situations exist, right? Which is weird because do the coworkers, if we assume like the logic there doesn't really make sense, we clean the store, but if the other coworkers already caught it, anyway.
Well, if we had testing, like we could know that answer. So like if you could test the whole, I mean, of course, if we trust the test, false positives, whatever, but like you could test the whole store and say, hey, you know, we're clean, the whole store's clean. But it really seems like tests are not available for that kind of thing. But so there was a thing in The Guardian I saw where they just kind of laid Trump's response to this bear, and they were comparing the U.S. and Korea's response, and how we just kind of let it linger in the U.S., whereas Korea really clamped down and started testing and tracking and doing all this things so they could get a handle on where it was and then contain it. Did anyone else see that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's been a common comparison. I think I've seen that in a number of places. But as Guillaume's writing here, yeah, right, the tests are, he's writing 70% accurate. I mean, we've heard all sorts of weird numbers, and the false positive seems to be a really big issue. But as you say, at least it's some sort of metric that you can at least have an educated guess on, right? We don't even have that. Before we go too far off track, I do want to check in with Jordan Barty. He is in New York, and maybe we'll kind of finish our wrap around the globe here. Jordan, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hey, how's it going, everybody? So I'm in Brooklyn, and shit's very, very bad here. The latest news is that the rate of mortality increase is slow. So it seems that the social distancing measures put in place have been curbing that exponential action a bit. But of course, it's still skyrocketing up every day. I think yesterday 222 died. We're very far away from the apex, which is probably 2 to 3 weeks out still. So Cuomo just extended the quarantine period through April 15th. It seems to be that this is a bit of a trend around the country of kind of extending this quarantine in little steps like this. It's going to be very interesting to see how this all unfolds in the United States. I don't think that. Well, I don't know. There are issues all over the globe, of course, but it seems to me that American culture is particularly poorly poised to deal with this particular aspect of it. I don't know. I've been self-quarantining for about a week and a half, and I probably had the virus. I'm just starting to feel better. It was a strange collection of symptoms, not very awful, relatively mild on the whole. It was clear my immune system was really freaking out. I had my gums got really swollen, and I had hives on my face in weird places, and etc. It was a weird trip.
Did you have the fever though? Did you have?
I did, yeah. I had quite a bad fever. Yeah, I had the fever, but no respiratory symptoms for me. It seems my brother was hit with a similar feature, symptom set. Excuse me, feature set. I guess it's a feature set in a way.
Where did your brother live?
Of course, Well, my brother. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that I've heard that one of the things that happens is that you start feeling better, and then once you start feeling better, then you go the other direction, and that's when it might creep into your lungs.
Yeah, I've heard that. I've been, it's been a couple days of feeling basically on the mend, so my fingers are crossed that there isn't going to be this terrible second dive. But yeah, it's a new virus. It's hitting everybody in different ways, unpredictable ways. Alan, to answer your question, my brother is a travel, so he and his wife live out of a van, and they were in California and just got out of the state before the lockdown, and then immediately both got sick. I think it hit my sister-in-law worse, but they're both fully recovered from whatever it is they had. I think the other thing is, of course, maybe I just had a flu. I just moved to New York 6 months ago, and I've been getting weird flu things basically every couple months here. It's a whole new set of microbial nasties I'm being exposed to. So it's hard to say without easy testing, obviously. Yeah, I don't know if I have much more to say about it other than, I just be repeating sort of news articles and stuff. The situation in New York is being pretty broadcasted.
Hey, Jordan, this is Dennis Cook.
Hi, Dennis.
Sister, hey, nice to hear your voice. Hey, my sister is in Brooklyn as well, and she works for the UN, and she said that her block alone has over 600 confirmed cases.
Yeah, it's really. I mean, we're right in the epicenter of the American crisis. Yeah. The comparisons to 9/11 are really flowing now. I read, what was it? I think there's now more emergency vehicle activity, something like that, than there was on 9/11. Where is this article? Some other thing talking about how it's the worst intelligence failure in U.S. history. The Guardian just put that up. That used to be 9/11. Is it here? I can't find it now, but no, here it is. Yeah. Ambulances in New York City are now as busy as on September 11th. And also in about a week, if the total projections hold, there'll be more Americans dying from corona every day than died on 9/11. These are just, I think, incredible figures. We're caught, I think, in the middle of a reality shift just as profound as that event. I'm pretty concerned about the second and third order effects of this thing, beyond even just the economy, but I mean kind of psychologically. you've got to understand that people's family members are going to start dying soon. While people are in isolation, they're going to be trapped in these little boxes while it's going on. That's going to have really lasting effects, I think, on the culture. Unfortunately, we're really just getting started with this here in the States. So. Anyway, sorry, I'm going to have the doomiest attitude about it probably as a Brooklynite.
Well, if I may, I mean, you moved to New York partially because of your 9/11 obsession, and now you're going to get a taste
strange.
of.
I know. I was just thinking about that today. Like, exactly. I've been roaming around the city for 5 months, like meeting people, and when they asked me, why did you move to New York? The answer was always, well, I came here because my research in synchronicity connected with 9/11, and I felt compelled to come here. And now this. It's truly bizarre. Bizarre in that sort of dark side of the magical question way. Raises all these old questions to me about the inherent, or not the inherent, but let's say the possible dangers of synchronicity and so on. For dealing with something precognitive in some way, the purpose of that is to warn of disasters, maybe. So the question of whether to follow these things or avoid them, that's all very heightened for me at the moment. On the other hand, it seems my immune system kicked this, so maybe there's some other reason I'm here, I don't know. It's interesting to have such a front row seat to this, though. Whatever it ends up, however we end up relating to it.
So, all right, I guess I'll jump in here to jump off that, and let's open this back up to everybody now that we've completed our lap here. Many of us have spent years talking about 9/11 from this synchro-mystic perspective, whether that's the media that predicted it, all these sorts of things. We're going to see now, we're already seeing, Jordan, you released a video about the new Tool album predicting coronavirus. I've seen all I don't know, there's is it a video game with the Wuhan Raccoon Center, disease center? Guillaume's writing here, right? The Asterix comic, Tangled. David Play just made a video about the Disney film Tangled, where she lives in quarantine inside the kingdom of Corona. All these sorts of things will start popping up in similar ways. But here's a question, and maybe Joe, if you're with us, maybe you could be the first to answer this question. In your Back to the Future Predicts 9/11, you focused the latter third, let's say, of your video on the old Jake Kotze idea of the 9/11 Stargate. And basically the idea is, if everybody focuses their awareness and intention on this sort of quantum wave potential and collapses the reality into this very specific thing, we notice this really weird psychic ramifications of everyone looking at one event all at the same time. And previously it was focused on New York, and that's everyone looked in that direction. But now everyone's sort of looking in the exact same topic. There only really is one topic right now, seemingly, and even with all the government lockdowns around it and whatever, we are on one subject, one awareness. What are the potential implications for if 9/11 did that when we didn't even have the internet? What are the ramifications of this as a Stargate moment of whatever we want to call this? It's definitely a moment of transformation. I don't want to put any words in your mouth. What do you see as the potential for a repeat of something along those lines?
Yeah, I think there is a thread where there's a similar effect. And for me, it's about discrediting the media that's carrying the message that's supposed to scare us into submission. And it instead has the opposite effect, which is a mass awakening. I saw this interesting meme picture today that just said humanity is on the brink of the greatest awakening in history. And it seems like people who are studying this kind of stuff have something like that to say every 5 years or so, or about every event. And I was just thinking, well, yeah, that's true. It's because every new event that is the biggest event is now going to be the biggest mass awakening in history because of the technological capabilities to reach everybody and to create that, global meditation. So, yeah, this event will be the biggest awakening, just like 9/11 was before it, and the event before that, and there will be a new event after this that will be the biggest awakening, and whatever the numbers are for this one, I think will dwarf 9/11's. So, 20 million people go watch Zeitgeist as a result of 9/11, and as a result of Corona, maybe there's 100 million people watching conspiracy videos on the internet. And to me, that's not just about the trivial matters of being entertained by conspiracies, but it's like you guys know, it's just about opening your mind and realizing that the people and things that feed you information are, if they're not deliberately lying to you, they're just not qualified to give you the whole story, and that it's kind of your own personal responsibility to go out and investigate and discover your own ability to discern and to make choices and to take responsibility for what you say is true. So to me, I've already seen a lot of, to me, it's like it hasn't been that people in the mainstream are tapping into the conspiracy that should be skepticism around Corona. It's just that's already kind of assumed, which I thought was interesting how fast that took shape, because I know that in the wake of 9/11, it took a lot of, truthers and conspiracy theorists having to, pound people over the head saying, guys, this is different than what you've been told. But with Corona, it's almost immediately I had this total polarized group of people telling me that this is not at all what the media says it is. And then there was a lot of people that were following the mainstream narrative. And I just thought that was cool how quickly that took effect. And it was just evident to me that the culture of skepticism is really, really growing. And I just can't imagine, just like we know you can't go backwards once you become a skeptic. It doesn't mean that you believe all the things you're skeptical of. It doesn't mean that you never take the mainstream narrative to heart and you just say that it's all bullshit. It just means that you're skeptical. And the fact that so many people are instantly skeptical of the Corona story, to me, is just evidence of how far we've come since 9/11. And I would imagine that in the next big event after Corona, it's going to be 75% of people instead of 50%. And I think that that's healthy. And to me, the funny thing about it is how it backfires. If this was a premeditated plan by the global elite to, further consolidate their power and enslave everybody, it's just like 9/11, it just backfires on them and it just serves to wake everybody up instead. And so in some sick, twisted way, it's like these events are almost good for us. They just help us realize our own power. And, that's kind of how I see it relating to 9/11 a little bit. That's just off the top of my head. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but that's what I got.
Hey, real quick.
Definitely. Yeah,
as far as this moment, bringing it back to 9/11 and recognizing how that was such a profound moment that set the stage and pretty much why we're all talking right now. It does seem like the death of the television, where it was a one-way informational source. And with the internet, you have real-time fact checking and you have a two-way informational source. And I just find that I think any president that would be going through this crisis right now on television let me backtrack. Any president going through this crisis right now with the internet around them would have the most impossible time, because at a certain level, you do have to hide certain truths from the masses, right? That's part of, parents hide information from their children all the time, and you wouldn't criticize a parent with certain things that they do hold from them. And I think the fact that we haven't seen the riots and the looting as quickly as they've seen in other areas are the fact that we knew Trump was a moron going into this, so we're not angry when we find out he's lying. And there's something twisted about that makes sense. If Hillary Clinton was in the office right now and she had been caught in a lie, all the people who had voted for Trump it would have been over by now. So, this internet thing, it is the global network. It's everything that was in the science fiction movies come to life, and I just find it rather beautiful in a way.
Yeah, not to monopolize this, but I just want to note that when we talk about the two-way relationship between us and the media and the global powers that be and the mass awakening, I like to bring it down to earth sometimes for myself and think of it in terms of a healthier relationship, and that's really all that I need to think of it as with regard to information and truth and interacting with these global events where we're trying to get information and get a grasp on the real story, is just that technology is allowing me to have a healthier relationship with everybody in the world. And healthy relationships they begin and end with telling the truth. And just like you guys know in your own personal relationships in your own homes, a lot of times people are caught not in lies, but in misunderstandings. And it's not a case that people are trying to deceive you, but just that there's a lack of information for whatever twisted reason. It seems like there's always some new way that channels of communication have been broken and you get twisted information. And I just kind of see that happening on a global scale. It's like we're all kind of living together now. Well, we always have been, but now we have a sense of it. We're all living together now, and we just need to find better ways to get information. And like you just said, it's a two-way street now, whereas before it was one way with the television. And it's just like, yeah, we have better relationships with each other now. And it's making for a better world. And as we unfold with these global events that we all focus on, we are all kind of just like blockchain technology, we're all kind of writing our own version of what happened in that course of events. Just like in the blockchain, each person has their own sort of script for what's happening, and then they all have to sort of fact check with each other to find out what was the actual transaction that took place. It's like with these global events that we're mass meditating on, every single person is kind of clocking in and trying to give their version of what's happening, and we're all fact checking with each other. And the fact that it's happening on such a massive scale is sort of reorienting the way that we interpret and interact with truth. And it's like all that's doing is changing our relationship into a better relationship with each other. And it's pretty cool.
Yeah, we are a lot less fearful of each other when we see each other in meat space, for lack of a better term.
We went walking around, just walking in the neighborhood the day and night. I've lived here for just about a year now, and I noticed how quick everyone, either like if someone was, out front of their house or someone else walking past, how quick people were to like wave and say hello, which has never happened before, is interesting. But I was in New York on 9/11, and I have an experience where it was like there was a very short window of that that sensation of neighborliness didn't last because I think partially because of some of the more obtrusive political fear mongering, right? So if you make, and with 9/11 it was your neighbor could actually be a terrorist. We don't know who the terrorist is. They could be among you or whatever. I think with coronavirus, there's a similar idea of we don't know who has it, right? So it's like, hey, I'm realizing I took for granted the community around me, and so we're saying hi, nice to see you, in a longing for a nostalgia for something we took for granted, but from a present tense, we're still like, but keep the fuck away from me. So there's something really interesting there. We're socially distant, but our hearts are more attracted to the other. Yeah, who's up next?
I'd like to jump in here. Yeah, I think that, it's interesting what you guys have been saying. I'm a little less optimistic about the awakening, I think, with coronavirus. And the problem, as I see it, is that it's become something that's internalized. And that's one of the big differences between this event and the 9/11 event. I mean, in 9/11, it was external. It was the biggest building in the country and most symbolic building in the country. There was a sense that they couldn't do that again just because there wasn't really many other targets. And there was a sense that the enemy is someone from outside, even outside the borders, and it was a small trained team. I mean, there's only one Al-Qaeda. There wasn't like a proliferation of Al-Qaedas even. It was identified and it was contained, I mean, on that day. And so, the threat sort of died in a way with the event itself. And so, the paranoia that was that was left in the wake of the 9/11 event was either paranoia about other terrorist attacks, which seemed like they would be statistically very unlikely, or it was paranoia about the government surveilling you, which people didn't really care or didn't really feel if I'm not doing anything wrong, it doesn't apply to me. So I feel like the paranoia was very it was present, but it wasn't the sense like with coronavirus that the paranoia is ever present, ongoing, all day, and it arises in your own mind about, do I have coronavirus? And this is the most insidious kind of thing about it, in my estimation, is that the symptoms are literally everything. I mean, I've seen all kinds of symptom lists. We talked a little bit about this on the last call, but this kind of mind virus component of this event where I might have the virus, it might kill me, it might kill people I love. It's everywhere. It's unseen. There's no escape. And so it's a weird inversion because the solution to this paranoia, this corona paranoia, is actually the government agents at the door are the rescue agents. People are cheering the government and currently, I mean, this is obviously unfolding, but that the surveillance is the answer. And people are actually, really encouraging this kind of surveillance state as the answer because it's a rescue from this internal state of paranoia. And so that kind of shift to me is the real big difference here. And obviously the timeline thing, like you said, Al, I mean, this thing is going to go on, I think, for maybe the rest of our lives. We're going to have a biometric checking of, do I have the threat in my body? And it's just, it's mind-blowing, kind of the levels of how severe that is and how important that is in terms of like an ontology and like a selfhood.
Yeah, I really agree with that. I think, actually, it's interesting. I mean, it's early days on this, but a handful of the coronavirus precog things I'm looking at, including fear inoculum, seem to pre-associate the virus with just these kinds of ideas about information, connectivity, and fear inoculum in particular. That song already metaphorizes it as a fear contagion. I mean, it's right there in the title. It's kind of a metaphor about panic spreading through a society in the same way that a disease would spread through a society. Already right there in the song, but then also like the cover image to that record is a spiral made out of a bunch of eyes woven together in a mesh, which implies something about consciousness and exponential curves, which I think is really fascinating, obviously, because exponential growth is everywhere at the moment. It's the exponential growth of the viral cells in your body that spreads exponentially. But then the virus is also spreading exponentially through the social body. And the fear effects are spreading exponentially because they're quite self-reinforcing, right? We saw that with the early panic buying stuff. It's like people went in and panic bought toilet paper first, and then people saw that toilet paper was gone. So then it was like, we better stock up on. Then there were empty shelves, and people were like, well, now there's no food. I better stock up on guns and ammunition. It escalates that quickly, all of that stuff is kind of, it's there already in Toole's Corona vision. Yeah.
Yeah, real quick, I want to add two quick things. Is that this idea of mass hysteria, I think, has to be wrestled with in this situation. And I was thinking recently about Orson Welles, War of the Worlds. I mean, he was able to get people to, I think, kill themselves out of that fear. And we're dealing with a technological infrastructure that's so much more advanced than than what Wells had in many ways. And so I think, and then the second point I wanted to throw in is these idea of his pregnancies that women cause through their minds, where they have physical symptoms as a result of just kind of a mental obsession. And I'm not saying that's widespread or everybody has that power, but I think the mass hysteria combined with that ability for the body to kind of emulate what it's hearing on repeat has to be, considered when we're talking about this. And I'm not even, setting aside all other questions about every science and everything. I mean, I'm not even necessarily trying to go there, but I think these 2 points have to be included in those discussions.
Yeah, I was just thinking the sort of flip side to that, like it's a really good point to say that it's affecting everybody personally. Like it's not unlike 9/11, you don't have the distance, right? 9/11 was an event that you're watching, and this is an event that we're participating in. But at the same time, because we're participating in it, we have a certain amount of power over it, right? Which we didn't with 9/11. So that's potentially a positive side of this.
It's interesting, yeah. Just again, just like sort of like different perspectives on it. So here's something I distinctly remember. A friend and I did a lot of traveling after 9/11. It was sort of again, it was like this wake up of what you take for granted and whatnot. And I remember in October, I went, I flew out west, went on a road trip up through New England and all this sort of stuff. And what was always really interesting to me was seeing all the like, never forget 9/11 and the sort of weird patriotism and all this sort of stuff, which, while I don't necessarily agree with that as the knee-jerk reaction, I think you guys know me well enough, it is still, it's a form of proxy participation, right? It was really interesting to see how around the country, as not only the political expediency utilized 9/11 as a sort of taking ownership of it. For example, you have your average Republican on a normal day has nothing nice to say about New York and New Yorkers, right? Oh, that's a fucking liberal cesspool and sanctuary city and, fuck those people and all that sort of stuff. And then 9/11 happens. It's like, they attacked our country, taking ownership of this thing in a really weird sort of way. Man, maybe it was as a New Yorker, I had a sort of particular view of it, but I remember seeing this really strange, like, people taking ownership of this event and sort of wanting, I think, craving a participation in the experience. Jordan, I sort of used your example of saying, like, be careful what you wish for. It's sort of like, now when I hear Zenora, you're talking about this idea of we're no longer a witness, now we're participating. It's that same sort of idea. I don't know. Sorry. That's nothing. That's not a clear thought, but that's pulling up some interesting memories for me.
Yeah. One of the big differences is that I think Jordan was talking about that. Like, even your own immune system is helping to fight this off, right? If you're able to, right? You have the ability to sort of boost your own immune system. So the battle's right inside of your body, your own body. Whereas before, with 9/11. Alan, you're saying that people wanting this sort of proxy participation, and it's more like we are members of this nation who are being attacked from the outside. But with this, it's not. You're not identifying so much with the nation state. You're identifying with people that you know all over the place, all over the world, really, who are in the same circumstance, right? So I think you have way less national identification or any other sort of identification, but it puts us into this individual level. We're connected to other individuals, which is what we're doing right now, really.
Alan, I just want to note on your getting what you wish for, how I always thought that the slogan "Never Forget" for 9/11 was interesting, because I study a lot of autosuggestion and its power to manifest based on feeding your subconscious messages. And to me, the slogan "Never Forget" is the exact opposite of what you want to tell your subconscious when you're trying to manifest something. Like if you wanted to not forget something, you would say, for example, remember September 11th. And to me, the two words "never forget," I think totally subconsciously, obviously, indicate an actual desire for the opposite, a desire to forget. So putting "forget" in it is just a message to
interesting.
Forget. And never also, it's like it never happened, like never 9/11, just these two profoundly negative statements, never and forget, to make those the slogan for this event. It's basically like everybody's saying, we would love to forget this. And if they're not saying it, then the slogan itself influences the mind to forget it. It really should be always remember. It shouldn't be never forget.
Well, if I may real quick, I don't mean to take this in a purely political direction, but to say I always thought the Bush administration's use of propaganda was particularly heavy-handed. So again, the idea of, you know, the particularly in the 2000s, early 2000s, what is the Republican Party is making this shift toward if you look like historically, how did Bush quote unquote win in 2000? And somebody would say that's because of election fraud. Obviously, plays a big role in it. But the official story is by partnering with these evangelical Christians and all this sort of stuff. So again, it was this move towards smaller town. You know, it was just like, we're good old country boys and all this sort of shit, right? But then again, taking this weird ownership, this proxy ownership of New York, the Republican Party held their 2004 convention in New York City, right? There's like always like these different cities will vie for who gets to hold the convention that year. And they held the 2004 Republican convention in New York City, which was this really weird flex because it's bringing all these shitbags that hate us to our city. And this was the city that was on lockdown because we were afraid of terrorists. And then you put all these like powerful people here, and suddenly there was machine guns everywhere. And it was this idea, we have to protect the Republicans in our city. It was so bizarre, this really weird, like militaristic flex. And I always thought the never forget, I mean, what is the classic idiom, right? An elephant never forgets. And I've always associated the 9/11 never forget with some weird Republican sloganing. An elephant never forgets. Never forget 9/11. You want to align yourself with these policies, these personalities or things like that. And maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I've thought that for years and years and years.
Well, a 9 and 2 11s is a little bit like a pictograph of an elephant, like with the head of the circle of the 9 and then its trunk.
Totally, I can see that.
It totally is. Wow.
Let's get some other voices in here. I feel like I'm dominating this. I want to try and keep some order here, but who haven't we heard from in a while? Wally, I know this is getting later for you. I would like to get some time in before you got to go.
Sure. Well, what Zenor was saying about how this being something that is, as far as the part of the aspect of this that's participation directly and so personally in the body. I've been thinking a lot lately just about all of the conditions that are rolling out for pretty much everyone around the world are ideal for kind of abandoning the aspects of your life that are directly related to being freely mobile, and there's this fear that your body is going to become infected, and so we're all trapped inside and we're all online. We're on I'm making tons of these types of conference calls lately, as is my wife, and it just seems like this is the conditions that are being set are perfect for like some massive social transition into a virtual realm. And I just have this sense that there is that's the the emergence that is going to happen, because it's a perfect kind of set of conditions to metaphorically abandon your body and expand your consciousness and your community online. We're so equipped for that now. We're like perfectly equipped, and we've acclimated ourselves for the last 10 years with social media to an entirely virtual existence. And it's like, if there were ever a time where they would want to ease us into plugging ourselves into the matrix, this is it.
The only thing to add to that is that just the thing with boosting your immune system, right? If you're, and this has been my problem these days, just being online all the time, inside online all the time, and my system wears down. I'm not getting enough sleep.
Totally.
I don't eat right. Like I'm still attached to the body, and if this thing is going to catch me, it's going to be when my immune system is not functioning like it should be. So I think we still have to go back to the body. We still have to go back to our own systems. We're not to the point yet where we can disembody ourselves completely. But I totally agree with you that it's just facilitating all these like connections all over the place. Like that's
it's
what I'm doing too. It's like but I don't know. It could be a sense of a greater body emerging.
Right. Or a virtual one. At least they're like the baby steps towards that.
Well, I don't know if it's completely virtual. It's like it's consciousness being connected, but still even more physical than before, because we're so much more aware of having to have a stronger immune system, which means getting enough sleep, getting good exercise, eating good food, keeping the stress down. It's just like so it comes back to what SJ was saying in the last conversation about like if this is a mind virus in a big sense, it's like there's the actual virus maybe, but there's the mind virus too. It's like we're able to combat that. If we get together, and like this idea that we talked about, like forming some sort of ritual or something, that's a way to combat that. And if we're able to combat that, not only does it combat the fear, but it also reduces stress. It helps us sleep better, and so we end up fighting the physical virus as well. So I think it's really important. What we're sort of intending on doing. So I don't know if we're going to talk about that today. I kind of hope we would, but just to see what you guys think about that.
I do completely agree. That's what I was saying last week. It's like it's a time where people are taking care about what they eat, taking care about calling the people they didn't call for a long time.
Yeah.
There's so much things that are being done. Just before, we had so many divisions everywhere, all the time, and now we are all grouped in the same shit.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, the Stargate stuff and the transformation is really real for me.
Yeah, me too. Like just what we were saying before about 9/11. Just to reiterate that, it's like it's no longer we are part of a nation that's being attacked from the outside. It's like the attack is from within. So it's not. I don't feel any more identified with the nation that I live in, which is Japan, or my own nation. I definitely don't feel more comfortable with the governments or the government response. It's like I feel more and more connected with the people I care about. It's like I want to make sure that they're doing well and trying to inform them and trying to like have them inform me. I think this is what it's coming more and more into.
Yeah, right. And also, many people are coming back to creation, to art, because they have time, because they are at home. They are doing the stuff that they couldn't have done before, because you were always in the run, in the rush all the time because of our societies.
Yeah, that's exactly. Like that's the thing, like getting us all together like this, is a perfect opportunity to try to come up with some group art, like some totally new creation, like in terms of media, like in terms of people connecting like this around the world all at the same time, like that's only like a decade or so old, but then this entire situation is so unprecedented too. It's like the art that can come out of this is like it's unimaginable. We put our heads together and create together. It's like who knows what'll happen. And that's the primary way to fight this thing. Whatever it is, like even this can even bring in people who deny the virus completely. It's like okay, you deny the virus. Let's not argue about it one way or the other, but let's all agree that there's some big thing happening at the moment. That we do have the freedom at the moment to deal with. Like to try to deal with at least.
Well, very loosely related to that is I've actually been for the first time able to appreciate the city that I'm living in. And it feels, I'm looking at it right now, and it's dead silent. And it feels like I'm on a movie set, and I'm for the first time able to look at the city as a collection of architectural pieces of art and landscaped pieces of art. And it feels like something that I can finally pause and appreciate it. I don't want to sound corny, it's how beautiful it is and all this, but I'm just seeing it so radically different now that there's no people walking around. It no longer seems like just a functional structure for us to get our daily tasks done. But now that there's no people and no daily tasks being executed, I can really look at the city and all the amazing things that have been done here over the last 100 years to put this thing together and how beautiful all of it is.
Yeah.
I can't really put it in words beyond that, except without people, it's much more... I guess I can just savor it more. And that's all.
Here's something interesting. So the last couple nights when I step outside, it seems like the stars are really clear. Like the moon last night, and it must be Venus, just so bright. It could be all in my head, but is anyone else noticing that? Oh,
It
and
might
then
relate
the
to air
spaceships
pollution
too.
being down.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. I bet it is. That's really pretty wild.
I've been noticing that I haven't seen any so-called chemtrails for the longest time. I don't know if anybody else has noticed that, but
Sure.
Yeah.
I saw some on the news 2 days ago.
You did, yeah.
And there's
Also,
like, otherwise, it was weird.
did you hear also about the animals coming back to the cities?
Yeah, so
Yeah, was anybody else hearing about that? And I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was seeing that ducks are coming back to Paris and stuff like that.
I thought the whole like dolphins. That was all lies though.
We're in Venice?
Yeah, there was a whole thing that circulated saying that dolphins had entered the city of Venice. It was widely shared and then reported it to be not true.
There was also this spoof article that was obviously totally just for entertainment that Putin had released like 100 lions in the streets of Russia to keep people from breaking curfew. But with all the animals, I've heard like half a dozen animal stories like this, and it kept me thinking about 12 Monkeys and how in their like pandemic virus caused apocalypse, it was blamed on the animal rights activists and how they wanted to release all the animals back into the city, and that when he went back up into the ruins of civilization after they were living underground, all the wild animals had reclaimed the land. And I'm not going anywhere with that.
Thing about monkeys, I don't know if you guys saw the video where the monkeys are not being fed because the people are inside, and so they were going berserk in the streets. And I've seen something here. There's a lot of dogs in my city. There's like community dogs everywhere, and I've been hearing them howl at night. And the first couple of days of this, I was going out, and they seemed a little panicked, and they were running around. And so, these dogs that have been dependent on humans are I guess SOL. One other thing I wanted to say here, this idea of slogans. I just wanted to go back to this because it's really interesting. I'm noticing that these two big slogans that have emerged in Corona, they're similar kind of. They're these oxymorons or Orwellian doublespeak, or I don't know how what you want to call it, but it's very right for unpacking. Social distancing and alone together seem to be kind of the themes here, and it's like the rallying cry of how to defeat this, and to me, it's like there's a destabilizing quality to this because there's tension in each of those phrases with the two words, and it's almost like the logical mind would say, what do you, and but then the emotional part of it is there's this sense of like we're solving the problem by embracing it, and so I think this dissonance, cognitive dissonance, that's dissonance, I think is the terminology. And I think the other part of this is like we're inside, right? But there's still a community out there. There's still a city. There's still the countryside. There's still all these places where we would have been but for this virus. And like what's happening out there? And you're hearing rumors, and I don't know how true any of this is, but that there's like changes that are being installed while we're inside. Like maybe 5G is being installed or whatever the rumors are. And I think that's an interesting part of this. Like, we are making new connections in our homes, and that's all productive and new and amazing. But there's this whole thing that's still there, and it's like, it doesn't go away because we don't see it. And are we ever going to go back to it? And what's it going to be like? And it's just, so there's this sense of an unknown that's really different than 9/11, this unknown about what was familiar,
Yeah, I want to add to that. So the term social distancing, it really just means be antisocial. I mean, there's no such thing as social distancing. It's saying get away from other people as your new method to be social, but that means antisocial behavior. And I've just been thinking that everything that's happening with the streets being empty and us having to social distance or be antisocial, is this anything different than what all of us have actually been praying for ever since we got hooked on social media and have injected at least 50 to 75% of our lives into the internet? It's like, this is just a manifestation of what we've all secretly wanted, but haven't like had the balls to say, I'm going to go on the grid. It's like so trendy to say like, I got to go off the grid. I got to get out of here. But it's like, we all actually want the opposite. And we're kind of praying for it to happen secretly. And it's like, as a global community, our secret desire to just go in our houses and be antisocial and live through our avatars on our phones and computers. It's like, everybody's so willing to do this. And some people want to blame it on our willingness to listen to authorities and be subjugated. But it's like, nah, we actually just want to be antisocial. Like, we love the idea of social distancing, and we've been praying for some excuse for it to happen. And we manifested this entire response to this outbreak as just a means to get there.
Just to say for myself, this is so I was in a very, I felt like I had reached a really good balance for myself. So I was doing, and this was the slower months for me, between January and February. I was only working 4 days a week, and I would do, so basically, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I'd be working as a bartender, and I'd be surrounded by people, and that was my time to be socially active and, be on, essentially. And then I'd have 3 days, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, where I turned that off, and I didn't leave my house, and I could be with myself and with my partner, and it was this really nice balance. And I have to say, I do miss the in the flesh experience of being around people. I do miss that after 2 weeks. But that being said, I generally agree with your idea of like, we all want. I think what it comes down to, we all want it should be optional, right? No one wants to like, oh God, I have to go to work. Oh God, I have to go do this thing. We like not just convenience, but we like alone time. We like nesting, and it's convenient and comfortable. But I just want to throw a small, not exactly disagreement, but I really enjoyed the balance that I had found. And especially since I only found it fairly recently. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there as a alternative perspective.
Yeah, to piggyback on what Joe said, it had been a circulating meme from art world people that like they had been practicing social distancing for a long time, spending all of this time in your studio by yourself, and similarly to what Alan just said, I had really enjoyed this new job working in a grocery store and getting to interact face to face with people all the time. Like I really was getting a lot out of that, to like have that interaction with other people. And I'm worried about that connectivity, physical connectivity, changing in a really bad way into not being around people as much, or even not getting to see your family members for fear of infecting them. Like that's nuts. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just throwing out runaway thoughts here, not really going anywhere with them. But again, I'm standing on my balcony staring at this city and thinking about the work that went into this. And for the first time, I'm like looking at all this ingenuity and labor that went into this over like a century, and thinking of it the way that you think of an obsolete technology in your life that a lot of work went into, and you're like, what a shame. Like, what a shame. So much work went into like developing the fax machine, and it's suddenly made obsolete, and 10 million of them are manufactured, and it's suddenly made totally obsolete by new technology. And I'm just thinking, like, as far as ways of life go, if something like this social distancing becomes a way of life, I'm just looking at the city, like all the non-essential jobs and all of, even the roads, just all of it. I'm like, what a waste. Like, what, all this work, and it's become obsolete because there's a new paradigm, a new way of life where we're living inside. And like, what was all this for? Like, I'm looking at these roads, they're empty. Like, even the cars, like, we don't need any of this. Like even these traffic lights, even the buildings and the size of the houses. Again, I'm not saying, I'm just, having thoughts here. Just like, it's funny to think of it in terms of that. Like, this is such a staple of our understanding of how humans exist, but to think of it in terms of like, what a waste. Like, what a waste. It's all obsolete now. I mean, it's pretty different.
I want to come back in here on this idea of plugging in, and I really, one of the, I guess maybe fear, I don't know if that's the right word, but one of the changes it feels like we're on the cusp on is where plugging in is not optional anymore, and I think that's something we're going to see basically go by the wayside. And so there's going to be a nostalgia, increasing nostalgia for choosing to not have your cell phone or your implant if it comes to that. Last summer, summer 2018, I spent it on a farm in Belarus, and I turned my phone off. Didn't have a phone for a month, and I think that I'm not going to be able to do that again in my life, maybe because of the kind of digital check-ins and the checks that are going to be required to operate in the system, and so. My sense, and I don't know how far that's going to go. I'm reading official stories, and they seem to be pretty sure that we're going to have to basically carry around these kind of checkpoints on us, these checking devices on us at all times. But I wanted to say that, like, as we get into this for the 2-week period, one thing I think is also a silver lining is that I'm seeing it already on social media, people saying things like, I'm going to have the biggest dinner party ever when this is over. And I imagine that we're going to have a newfound appreciation for the touch and the interaction that we took for granted.
Yeah, that's a good point, SJ and Guillaume too, who just said that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, it's very different. I mean, I was teaching students face to face for the last year, and it's just you're really getting in a zone and like all of the subtleties of the interaction. And you really do lose so much when that becomes screen-based, and so my hope is that it's not going to be eviscerated permanently in our lives, and that we'll still have access to this old style, even if we're having to have a checkpoint. Maybe we can turn it off, or tinfoil, wrap it up in tinfoil and put it to the side, or these. So this is what would be interesting. How much of that can we keep, and will we get to keep? Through government regulation.
Yeah, I think as soon as they ease it up just a bit, there's going to be an explosion. Like you guys have probably seen those videos that have come out of Hubei province in China, where they stopped the lockdown, and then just thousands of people just hit the bridges where the cops were trying to stop them from going into different parts of China, and they're just like overturning cop cars and like.
That was so nuts to see. Yeah.
Basically rioting. It's just like you have so many people under lockdown for such a long time. That's the reaction to it. You're not going to keep people down for that long. They can do this temporarily, but we're still physical, we're still social, we still need face-to-face communication with other people. It's like we still need, like you said, Shay, the sense of touch. It's so important, You don't get that with online experience,
The return of the king, tactility.
Tactility, yeah, exactly. So I think it's definitely going to happen as soon as there's a let up at all with this. It's just going to be bang. Like either. I don't think it has to be in a violent way or even an angry way. It could be like just celebratory. It's just people out dancing,
Those pictures in Manhattan when the war ended, World War II, and the famous kiss, these parades. And, I'm hoping we capture that energy more than anything. I'm thinking about the bar scene. Wow. Going out to those bars, people are going to be just hungry.
Oh, yeah. Thirsty.
God, I hope so. God, I hope so.
It's going to be like Blackout 2020 or whenever that happens. I'm just going to, beware.
But you got to know all these people getting quarantined together. There's a baby boom on its way too. People are being physical. It's not like we've escaped our bodies.
But if this lasts long enough, I think that there's going to be a certain chunk of the population that's going to become addicted to the new plugged-in lifestyle, where they've lived long enough where only like the bare essentials of physical sustenance are all they deal with outside or in the physical realm, and then they spend the rest of their time online. And at the same time that you're going to see a burst of physicality, you're going to see a whole new segment that is just really burrowed in to the new plugged-in lifestyle.
But that's the thing. That's where it depends on us. It depends on how we adapt and relate to this new plugged-in lifestyle, or whatever we want to call it. It's how creative we want to be with it.
If it lasts long enough, though, for the average person, I think you're going to see just a bunch of converts. Just because they'll get addicted to it, whether or not they are happier or not. It's just a matter of lasting long enough.
I'm just saying, like, it's a matter of how we react to it. Do we take it passively, or do we? Is there a new burst of creativity as well? It's like we're the activism that we saw in the streets last year just gets fully, not even fully, like on the streets as well, but online also, and there's a new kind of take back of the cyber commons. It's like
Sure.
I can see that happening, and I see signs of it everywhere. But this is something I think we can do. We've got a big enough group here and a creative enough group here to get something like that started. Or at least do it for ourselves.
Absolutely.
Well, we might find on a global scale that this dramatic restriction in activity is so much more productive of a way to manage rhythms with regard to productivity and hope and exuberance, that this actually becomes something that, like, it's good for humanity to take a pause, take a time out, because we come back with such a renewed vigor for life, totally. and we're now celebrating it instead of living it. And it's like, now we're out in the streets for 12 months, freed from our 4 months of constriction, and now we're 10 times more productive than we ever were in the past. And it might, in your own personal life, usually that's the best thing for you, is to take a little break and you come back stronger.
With that talk you had with David Allen about Jubilee, and that's it's basically what this is, or it could be. It's like there hasn't been a total debt relief, but there's a relief in terms of not having to work, seeing your family, having time to consider things. But hopefully there is the possibility that there will be or we could at least force a kind of real style Jubilee of debt relief. People are calling for that, like rent relief and etc. Like mortgage relief.
Oh yeah, so this is a really interesting direction we've gone in, because I agree wholeheartedly. I think as an artist who loves to be holed up and focused on something, at first I sort of thought, like, well, this could be really nice. I could have all this time to work on my artwork. It's what I during a normal work life, it's like, man, I just wish I could be fucking home working right now. I say that all the time. Yeah. I wish I could be home working on this video right now, or I wish I whatever. Or again, this idea of like realizing we need each other, and so what we've taken for granted, I feel like there's an emotional maturity that comes from this. There's so many positives. That really, I totally see where you're all going, and even seeing people online that don't normally I don't think would normally be as sympathetic to some of the political activism, I guess I should call it. I think people are realizing how bad it really is, and I think there's a real big chance for all of the positive things we're talking about. I would throw in a word of caution, however, that the scumbag, bottom-feeding vultures amongst us are racing to grab power in this, and it almost demands that we get our shit together quickly and are very loud. Like, I don't understand that everybody's fucking home and basically just like killing time. Like, oh, how many episodes of Tiger King can I watch today? Which is fun, and I don't mean to trash that in particular. Just to say, if everyone's fucking bored, if all the normal muggles are out there are bored and just watching TV and don't know what to do, I mean, all the people always say, I wish I don't have time to call my senator. I don't have time to sign this petition or be active in any way. Now you have the time, and I think more than ever, there is a sort of need for being vocal, need to be active in the ways that we can. And granted, we're limited in a lot of ways, but as you say, we have some really amazing opportunities. We're smart enough and adaptive enough that we'll come up with something. But I do want to throw some sort of caution into this of saying, I think our window and with which to act is a smallish one based on the rate of legislative changes that are being shoved down our throats at the moment. Does that?
No, I totally agree with that. But let's. So that's the thing. Let's act. Let's act. Like we've already got some ideas to do something. Like this date that SJ chose on April the 11th, and maybe SJ you can talk about that more. But and then even this also you had an idea about the Orphic hymn for Asclepius. So if we can, I think this is a good perfect time to sort of plan something, like to try to get something going right now, instead of just like the discussion is amazing too, but we can. The thing is about this is that this object is like this situation that we're all in is so fascinating and changing all the time. We're just getting dumped on at an exponential rate that we can keep talking about it forever, But I totally agree with you, Alan. We should get going with it as soon as possible, if we're going to do something. So I don't know. Maybe is that a good point to start? Like maybe like SJ, if you want to introduce what you're thinking about. So that's the thing. Let's act. Let's act. Like we've already got some ideas to do something. Like this date that SJ chose on April the 11th, and maybe SJ you can talk about that more. But and then even this also you had an idea about the Orphic hymn for Asclepius. So if we can. I think this is a good, perfect time to sort of plan something, like to try to get something going right now, instead of just like the discussion is amazing too, but we can. The thing is about this is that this object is like this situation that we're all in is so fascinating and changing all the time. We're just getting dumped on at an exponential rate that we can keep talking about it forever, But I totally agree with you, Alan. We should get going with it as soon as possible, if we're going to do something. So I don't know. Maybe is that a good point to start? Like maybe like SJ, if you want to introduce what you're thinking about.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I'm totally with you, Zenora. I love talking about this too. But there's this idea of productive power. Like this Foucauldian idea that power is kind of fluid and everywhere, but you actually can produce it yourself. And I think that, and then interject kind of your own dominion over the space and place that you inhabit, including mental spaces and places. And that's really what I was, just to quickly give it some background. I mean, the astrological magic tradition is ancient. It goes way, way back. But the basic idea is you find an auspicious moment astrologically that and so you have to do a timing component, and then the second component is ritual. And so that's really the genesis of this idea was, well, let's try to be productive with this, try to call forth healing, take our power back. I mean, I think everybody on this call has experience in life of how powerful we are with our intention and our mind and our creativity to send ripples out into the future, positive ripples. And so, I just did a little bit of just checking the ephemeris. I mean, I'm not going to go too deep into the astrology. The basic idea is the moon has to be unafflicted, and then you see where the moon is aligning, and that's kind of where you pull down those energies. And it just so happened when I was looking at those dates that it was aligning up with the Ophiuchus constellation, which has a fixed star that's really representative of Asclepius, the healer. And the last call, Alan and I think you were there, Snor, and some of the others, we had this whole conversation about Ophiuchus, and now here it is aligning in the heavens. And so, I mean, in terms of the ritual, usually how this stuff is done, there's a lot of creativity with it. We can come up with whatever we want. But when I've done this in the past, I really like the Orphic hymns because they're grounded in the heavens, and then they give you themes for what kind of things you might want to contemplate during that window, right? And this is the perfect theme for the globe, and whether it's and I think my vision for it is just we would kick it off at some point. We would pick a time. And then we would maybe kick it off reading the hymn, or we could basically pass the mic where we each can kind of add things to this sort of energy of this ritual, however long it lasts. I mean, I was thinking reading that hymn, maybe reading some other hymns. I was going to do some maybe chanting from some of my own spiritual traditions, maybe just some free-flowing prayer, verbalization of just kind of, I mean, basically an unpredictable, free-flowing kind of calling upon these greater forces. That was my, what I was thinking about bringing. But I know Wally, I think, mentioned, recordings. I mean, I could love to record a little thing and send it over to Wally. If someone wanted to mix something up, we could play that on the call. But, I kind of see it as like a mic passing of this kind of inspirational, what's the word, improvisational, kind of calling meditation or riffing on these themes for however long it goes.
That's exactly how
I liked
see it.
Alan's idea too about a physical movement space associated with it, or a time duration that's perhaps synchronized all together, like moving together. That seems good, and it seems to have something that's been brought up already.
Just to add about Asclepius, I was looking into the mythology of him, like the original healer, and then his father is Apollo, but does anyone know his mother's name?
Corona something?
Coronis, Coronis. It's Coronis the crow.
Wow.
Right? But
wow.
but it's so close, It's like. So it's perfect, the Orphic hymn is perfect. And just to say again, like I talked about this on the chat, but I was thinking of SJ's idea too, that this kind of improvisational space, that we create between an opening and maybe a closing hymn. And I was just saying before, like, the model for that is Coltrane's Om, if you guys haven't listened to it yet, but where it has the hymn to sort of form the sacred spaces. It's a hymn from the Upanishads, and then it's just crazy free jazz for a certain amount of time, and then it closes again with I think it's the same hymn. It's a hymn on the Om that they talk about in the Upanishads. So something like that, I think will be perfect. Like just exactly what you're saying, SJ.
And it might help to have some structure. Like everybody will just see who's on the call. The mic will be turned on for 4 minutes, then we'll turn it off, and that way there's that might help people if they want to be silent during their 4 minutes. We could do that. I mean, I'm just saying that would be my vote. But certainly, I'm not going to try to control anything. But it might be nice to say, all right, everybody, you got 3 or 4 minutes, go, and then someone can be sort of moderating the time. That might be one way to do it.
Yeah, just everybody decide what they want to bring into it, and so it would kind of involve a sort of personal ritual too, like coming up with something deeply meaningful to bring into it, and then when it's your time or whatever, doing that, like whatever it is, reading a quote or singing or chanting or playing music or whatever, yeah. And then
that's a necessary component, Znor, of this, is that's what will make it so powerful, is that if we find something meaningful to bring that's personally meaningful.
Yeah, exactly. And then it'd be nice if, I don't know, if there was a central space or something where it would just everything comes together, like in just the sort of madness of the situation, this kind of combined madness just happens at once, and it's completely improv and spontaneous. So maybe those two elements, bringing something to present intentionally, and you've done something behind that, and then maybe a central space also where it's just everything just goes together.
That was my thinking about doing an audio capture of something, and then building some kind of audio piece based on whatever is brought to it by everyone. And it could be, you could do a kind of xenochrony recording, that is structurally going to yield a similar kind of chaos as the free jazz environment. And you can generate a lot of additional audio information based on just whatever it is. If it's people reading and reciting, you can generate a whole slew of things that will create, additional content, basically. And also thinking about creating some kind of large scale or long form piece of audio that you could just upload with video to YouTube or to like SoundCloud or wherever or everywhere, really.
So, Wally, are you thinking of so say the date is the 11th, right?
Yes.
Are you saying create something before that and present it at that time, or use what we do on the 11th and then create something about that afterwards? Or
yes, it would be like a monument commemorating the event. So yeah, it would be something I would generate from whatever happens on the 11th.
Oh, right. Okay.
Love that. Yeah.
When you guys are talking about the 11th, what time zone are we residing the 11th in? So it's really interesting that you pick those days, because Fridays, so if it's the 11th in China and Japan, then it's Good Friday for us, I think. Or
it's the 11th in New York City, about 9 p.m. I was thinking it would go off around the same time, but it's the 11th in Central Time, so it would be the 12th for anybody that's not.
So you guys would be Eastern.
Yeah. It would be morning of the 12th for a Znor, and for me it would be in the early hours, just like we are now, but it would be 11th and 12th. Yeah.
So it would start around the same time as this conversation?
I don't know. That's what we need to. I think. All right.
I think the people who are on the outer rims of this timing are Wally and Znor. I think ultimately it's going to come down to you guys.
There are people
Znor, I know this is painfully early for you. Wally, I know this is. It's not super late for you, but I'm sure I know with your kids and everything, with your family thing.
This is fine. I can always wake up at this time.
I just want to say
the only other person is Mark Golding. What time is it there, Wally?
Oh, it's actually not that late. It's it's what, 11:15.
Yeah. So as long as we can get Mark involved, because he really wants to be involved.
I did, for what it's worth. Mark sent me an email with his Skype handle at 4:00. I have added him to this call multiple times.
Yeah, Yeah, I
it
tried
does
to
not
call
show.
him too.
It does not show that he is active on Skype. I did definitely try. Anyway, we don't have to linger on this. I just want to say, Wally and Zenor, I'd really, as far as timing goes, if you want it pushed an hour or so in either direction or anything, whether that's for this experiment or for any future calls, that really it's going to be the two of you guys that I think just sort of to put it in the ball in your court there is to say that
I take this work this time. Yeah,
it's fun. An hour later might be better, but it's okay too. Like it's like either I'd wake up I'd start the call at 5 in the morning or 6 in the morning, but so they're both pretty hideous, so it doesn't really matter.
Exactly. Yeah.
Does anybody else want to talk about this? Like, Bill had a bunch of ideas too.
Everything you guys are saying is just like, I love it because it's everything that I've been envisioning just on a cursory, from listening to maybe 30% of your previous conversation and kind of following what's going on. And I just like, this is like my dream come true from like when I first contacted Alan, to be able to be away from this for so long and come back and to feel the spirit so alive. And then have this global review of this crisis at this moment is just like, I mean, it's everything. It's just like the next phase of this conversation and what you're talking about just feels like the cherry on top, because this to me is just a miracle right here. I mean, I got a shit ton of stuff to say about what's going on right now as it relates to Philip K. Dick and his book, The Divine Invasion, and how I feel like we've transferred from the Valis moment of 9/11 into what he plots out in Divine Invasion. And if you haven't read Divine Invasion lately, I mean, it's
last year.
It's all in there, the whole thing. But I'm not going to go into that right now. Maybe I'll save that for my piece of, in that 4 minutes or something. But I like the idea of, I know a lot of us don't have, or some of us, and as Nor, you don't have a smartphone, but capturing audio is easy, and we can capture audio live or we can capture audio recorded. It's the simplest function that we have on our phone. You don't even have to be, connected to the internet to capture audio. But again, I just really, my heart is just twice the size it was when I woke up this morning, because this is just amazing. I'm just kind of at a loss for words.
Right on.
Can I ask a?
Yeah.
Just two quick questions here. One question two questions and then a comment here and a suggestion. But the central space ideas, Nor, that you mentioned earlier. Was this something, my mind when you said that went to like, maybe we have a 4 minute or however many minutes we want to give each other, and then we have after everybody's done, we just leave the space open for however long we want, where anybody can come in at any time, kind of like a Quaker thing.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Continue the ritual space, but without that structured offering that we each individually give to open things up.
Yeah,
Is
I
that
think
what
that's
you were
perfect.
referring to?
Yeah, definitely,
Okay.
definitely.
Okay.
That's a
What
great
do you
idea.
think of?
Because what's going to happen is we're going to, whatever we bring into it, it's going to enter into the sync space, because we're all like sync meisters. So it's all going to meld together anyways, right? Naturally. And so something's going to emerge from it. Once we, we're doing the magic all on our own, we're coming up with this thing to bring into it, this kind of audio object, and presenting our piece, and then the space just opens, and then who knows what's going to fly through, or be created at that time.
Can I make a proposal here? So something, when you first pitched this idea, Mark Golding right away jumped on making a sort of altar ritual space for this, like a physical, in this world, ritual space. And I think it's important, even if it's just audio or that he's in that space or whatever, that I think that's an important anchor and grounding to make this real. And I have a proposal I'd like to throw out would be, if we again, I mentioned to you, it's very important to me that we do have a closing at some point. I like this idea of like, hey, we do this structured thing and then we open it up. As far as ritual magic is concerned, I want to be very insistent that we do close the ritual when we're done. Yeah. So here's a proposal would be sort of how we started this call, where we went geographically following the sun. Right, and maybe we can start in England, start with Mark at his ritual space, whether he's the one who reads the prayer or whatever, but that somehow it's in his space, and then we follow the sun, let everyone do their few minutes, and eventually we can, wherever we put this free space and all that sort of stuff, but say that we would come back around to Mark in that ritual space, closing the circle in that way. What do you all think of that as a sort of, if we're giving people some time and whatnot, using that as a sort of general structure?
I love that structure, and I think it's good to have a little schedule written out before, just with that, Alan, what you have there. Mark opens it up. I think it's a great idea to have it geographically tied, because that will give us. I can pull up the chart for that moment too, in that geographic space. That's kind of where the altar is, so to speak. But then the free space will be controlled. We can even predetermine that, or we can say, Mark, you get to choose when it feels right to intercede and close. But to me, having a priest that's running the mass, as it were, that opens and closes, to me is a very great idea, because it gives those bookends. And there's a definitiveness to it. So I love that idea.
One thing I was thinking of when you're mentioning that is, so definitely, started with the Prime Meridian, right, in close to London, right, with Mark. But if we're going to open with this the Orphic hymn to Asclepius, like again with the John Coltrane's Ohm model, they say that all together, and that would be something to maybe do, like all of us say the hymn at once together, then it goes to Mark, and then we circle the globe, then we come back to it, repeat it again at the end, all together, and then it's finished.
Love that. So can I just ask my next question quickly? There's only one more, and it's for Wally about audio quality. I mean, if you're going to be remixing this later, maybe you can just kind of give us some tips about how to give you what you need, and there might be little tweaks we can do to help that. Because I think having an artifact that's recorded almost like a song that gets released is just a wonderful, wonderful idea. And I want you to have all the tools you would need, and to do that.
Well, depending on what each of us bring to it, you can really, as long as you can use some kind of basic, voice capture app on a smartphone, or any modern Windows or Mac computer, laptop, or whatever, if it has a mic, however you're talking to all of us now, you should have access to a decent enough quality digital recorder that, if it's just speech, it's fine. Like it doesn't, even this quality recording off of Skype, I could work with, because you can sweeten it up and add other parts to it that, don't necessarily, it's not necessarily always about quality, but it depends on the content. But if it's speech, it can be slightly lower quality, and it's no problem. I envisioned my original idea about it was to do something like Znora's describing, if not necessarily in real time, but to compile a multi-track mix of everyone reciting that hymn, very reminiscent of Ohm, and then using the content of each person's actual speech. There's all sorts of tools you can use to literally transcribe, or it analyzes the audio content and turns it into musical pitches that you can then use as data and send to any instrument you can imagine. I mean, that's a lot of the tricks I used to use back on the old Fine Just Fine episodes, where I would have a musical interlude that was under some speech and it sounded like it was following it almost. And that was just it was all generated algorithmically from the original audio recording. So yeah, I would generate all of this additional content, completely governed by the source, so it's kind of synchronistic in its structure in that sense, or it's like very organically linked. That was the concept.
Okay, that's great, and it's a good point here. Like I just opened up on my Windows 10. There's a voice recorder, and I'm running it right now while I'm talking into Skype, and I bet it's higher quality. So I'll do that. I think that's a great just tip to if people can do that. Maybe you can use that or
exactly
or whatever.
Yeah, anything. It's just make it. If you can generate an audio file, that's enough. I can work with that and send it to me. So it might be worth checking any settings that you may have when whatever your audio app is, and to just see if there's any quality settings you can adjust. And making it stereo is always better than mono, but it's not required. And then like the sample or bit rate, the higher the better. Both, if you can, as long as it's not too big of an audio file, but it shouldn't make it too big by today's standards.
So I had this conversation with Zainur during the week, and I just want to verify where we're sort of as a group landing on this. The idea of pre-recording something to be mixed later versus something that is done live, is this an yes end situation where, hey, we do our live thing, and if somebody wants this otherwise recorded segment or whatever, they send that to Wally to be mixed in later? Or do we want to, for lack of a better term, sort of quarantine the sacred space and say, like, no, only what's recorded during that ritual time? I just want to sort of find some agreement for ground rules here.
I think it can be. My third. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, just real quick. My third suggestion, those were the two questions, was what Bill said. I think that because this is going to be in the evening for a lot of us, I mean, I'm not going to be able to go outside during the call, but like that day or in the days leading up to the ceremony, I can go out to the Black Sea, is what I'll probably do, and record the waves, and I can send that too. So there's kind of recording. What is it called when you record the dead space in an environment? There's a name for that kind of audio. It'll be like
the impulse response or the room tone or the
ambient noise But I mean, I love that idea that everybody would do that in their city around the time, not necessarily during the event because we can't do it then. But then we can send that to Wally so he can have more tracks to mix with, and
Yeah.
That was my suggestion.
My idea
too
is sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna just go on what Alan said. I think it's really important to do something live. Like there has to be that live element, because that's kind of where the magic happens in a way.
Absolutely.
So you have this, and this is what Bill was saying in the chat too. So you have this sort of live thing that happens, and then we record it, and with whatever recording levels that we can manage, it's like some of it might not be that good, and so then it would turn out being two recordings. You'd have this live thing that happened where everybody brings all the stuff into it, and then an extra recording of the magic that Wally and other people do with it. So
sorry to jump in just for urgency, the way this thought popped up in my head. But if you look at the COVID virus cell, right, you have the circular or the spherical object, but then you have those little crowns, red crowns poking up, right? Well, obviously, the red crowns poking up will be our live portals in that moment that sort of hover over the sphere, which is the globe, because this is a global event, right? And so we sort of initiate the birthing of this COVID-19 this is the event, right? and our live portals were there, and then we capture it, right, and then we surround it with more layers and layers. So we recreate it, and then we swaddle the COVID-19 object itself, and it just seemed like so obvious. I'm sure many of you see that too.
So in the second recording that's done, so we have the recording of the ritual itself, which would be the Skype audio, I guess. But then that second production, the swaddling that would be like anything we want to send in or anything else that we can give. Is that what you're thinking, Bill? Like even recordings from our cities and things like that?
It's almost as if we start with the COVID-19 and then we put the body around it. Whereas we started with the body and the COVID-19 invaded us. We're sort of inverting what has happened around us so far. So it's a body of work, and it could be additional audio. It could be reconstruction of the live event. It could be anything that we add around what we're birthing in that moment.
Yeah, the actual crowns are what connect with the receptors in our cells, right? So it's like that the moment of contact, that is the live moment. Yeah, I like that.
Can I make one more sort of strong suggestion? Is Wally, if you're going to be the one sort of in charge of creating the final mix there, can we keep that the open and close are essential? Like, even in whatever final result is made, we're still not putting anything before the opening. We're still not putting anything after the closing. Is that fair?
Yeah.
So just to make sure, what do you mean by that? Like, say the opening and closing is reading this hymn together, right? So are you suggesting in the kind of second recording we'd also have that?
I'm saying presumably if he's gonna make some sort of piece out of this, whatever our live recordings are part of that. Am I or is this two totally different projects? I thought it was like, hey, we do our live ritual, and then that live ritual plus this individual separate material. So it's like, okay, we have our what is that? Together Alone, right? You have your together is everyone does the live ritual. Alone is everyone brings some sort of pre-prepared audio thing that they send to Wally. And I'm sure other people can help if you need. I don't put this all on you, Wally, but to say if this is then something that is mixed between our live ritual audio plus individual audio, I ask that it's still treated as an iteration of that ritual, and it still has the opening and closing. I just feel like that's an important
structure of the second one.
Well, the thing about that, Alan, is that if you have, if you, I don't know if this is what you're meaning, but say we start this with the hymn, we read this together, and then we do our bit live, and then we don't close the ritual because there's this recorded component going to be added afterwards. Then still we're in the live space of not finishing the ritual, and we won't be finishing the ritual until we hear it afterwards, right? So I think if we do the ritual live,
that we use it, so it still makes the complete circle of Mark opening it in London and Wally closing it in London, essentially.
Yeah, but if we're in the live space, in that case, we don't finish the ritual in the live space. You know, I think that's pretty essential. You need a sense of closure on the call. You know, like we can't just be waiting afterwards for the recording. You know,
right?
Like,
so I guess let me sort of, if I can, I'll sort of explain how I'm picturing this. Right. Let's say we get together. It's April 11th. Everybody gets on the call, and we all read this prayer together, and then we go around the globe, and everyone does something for 4 minutes, and then we do some free form stuff. We're all going crazy, and we have a little Dionysic audio orgy, and then whether we retrace the globe backwards or we just leave it in one, whatever. And you said, Mark decides the time, whatever it is. hey, I do think there should be a closing of that live ritual that day. And that is a opened and closed circuit. And then let's say you create that now it's this literally closed circle. Wally then takes that circle and splices into it. So now we're starting with the ritual, and we would start with the opening prayer and the opening of the ritual, and then people start talking, and then however Wally wants to, engage with these other individual pieces and weave them through. And so it's a weaving of the live plus the individual, and then the recording would still end, that final product would still end with the ending closing ritual that we did on April 11th. So it's basically creating a second ritual out of the first. Splicing and genetically modifying it with adding the individual aspects into the collective whole, but still being essentially an expanded version of the original ritual. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. One thing to think.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, and one way to articulate that, I think, is that the ritual, it really has to have a beginning and end in that life space. That's the ritual, okay?
Yep.
That's where the power is. It's contained, it's closed. But the artifact is more like a remix, like a song remix. We're going to give it to Wally, and he can then remix and make a beautiful piece of derivative work from the ritual. But the remix is more about another artwork that's kind of coming in later to add to, just because he's awesome, he'll probably do an amazing job, and
it's like the audio sutra. You have the ritual and then the sutra afterwards.
Yeah, it was always meant to be an artifact. The ritual is always the focus.
But the thing is, so what Alan you're saying is that we give Wally one kind of little constraint, which is that he has to, for his artifact, we'll just have the recording of the opening hymn and the closing hymn, and then between those two, he has free reign to just go wild with his creativity, adding in anything he wants to make a beautiful kind of thing that's true to the spirit.
Correct. That is what I'm proposing precisely.
Sure.
That the rule we put on Wally is he has to use that opening and that closing, and then for whatever he puts in between, how much of the live ritual he wants to use, how much of the individual pieces he wants to use, whatever he wants to do, I'm totally comfortable with. I just ask that the one structure that is put on that artifact is it maintains the same open and close.
Got it.
Sounds good. That's great.
Yeah. No, that helps. Any limitation always boosts creativity, so that's fine. If anyone else has any ideas to contribute to how it could be structured or what they would like to hear happen, I'm totally open to that input.
Just a quick point of clarification, Alan, for you. When you say the live ritual, the individual pieces, I guess, are you referring to the individual pieces that are part of the live ritual? Are you referring to individual pieces that are recorded after or around that same time and then sent in?
Okay, so let me, all right, let's say day of ritual. You have opening, and then you have going around the globe as individuals, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, up through Z, whatever the fuck. And then you have your freeform orgy, and then you have your closing. And so if you look at that on the timeline, open, A, B, C, D, orgy, X, Y, Z, close, right? That is, let's just to say we recorded 42 minutes of that live. And you have 42 minutes of audio recorded live. And then SJ, you record 2 minutes, and Sonora records 2 minutes, and Bill walks around and records something, and maybe other people who weren't even involved decide they want to get involved afterwards, or they want to do something themselves, and they give us a few minutes of audio, whatever it is. And now suddenly he's got 42 minutes of the live audio, and he's got 30 minutes of individual contributions, these secondary individual contributions. And then
when are those recorded, Alan? Sorry, real quick. When are those individual contributions? Are those the recordings?
I asked that. That's what I was asking earlier. I was asking if anyone had an opinion on the timing of those recordings, if that mattered at all.
But it's whatever is easiest for everyone. I don't know that it necessarily has to be before or after the live event, unless that's something you think is important.
Yeah, I was asking if anyone had an opinion on that. I don't have a particularly specific. I don't have a horse in that race of like do those individual recordings. I feel those individual recordings can be recorded when that individual feels motivated. You know, you're the one bringing whatever you want sacred to it. So I don't feel like you have to be on in this hour of this day. Yeah. I don't necessarily like that. Again, for these contributions. So if we're calling the live stuff A, B, C, D, E, F, G, maybe these otherwise recorded materials are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then Wally's final piece looks something like open A, B, C, 1, 7, F, 9. You know what I mean? And like,
yeah,
you're mixing those both together. I'm trying to.
Yeah, that sounds perfect. So I would say with the live part, like the actual live ritual, everything should be live. Like nobody should be coming. Like the portion that they're going to do with that should be something live. It shouldn't be something recorded at that time. You know.
Yes.
Agreed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then
a time to be live, a time to record.
Yeah.
Well, and everybody, you can think of it as everybody kind of walks away from the live event, and then if they decide to, can create their own personal artifact of the live event, and then I can compile all of those into a larger group artifact.
It could be another date, you know, like we could do that on the 11th, which is an auspicious date, and then come up with the live thing on another date, and that's when that gets released. If that's
hesitant.
doable, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to be.
I want to have some. I want to be the voice of reason here for Wally's part in this. I don't want to put anything on that second. What I'd like to do is to say one thing we can all agree on and we can all take ownership for is to say let's all be there on April 11th prepared to do something live in that moment and participate in some way. Right, and that's something we could say is that's a day, that's the moment that we're together and it's active. And then if somebody wants to record, maybe we want to put a deadline on saying, hey, if you want to record something yourself, your deadline is, you know, within 48 hours of the live piece or something, right?
Yeah.
You have to get that to Wally. We have a deadline. That I like the idea of. But I don't want to force Wally to say. And now the next auspicious day is April 19th. So get your ass cracking and turn out and you know.
Yeah. That was just an idea. We don't have to follow that.
One point, it's just I was confused a little earlier and now it makes total sense. But the individual recordings, because we were talking about two different ones, and so there's like individual recordings that are not live on the call, that are something that each individual offers based on their own what they're moved to offer, right? Yeah. Anything they want, pretty open ended. Maybe we should give them a time limit or not. I mean, I don't know. But then there's the
time limit, yes.
Yeah. The other individual recordings, and this is something that, during the live call, we're going to have someone recording the live ritual, let's call it, the opening, closing live ritual. We'll have a Skype recording. I'm going to record my own voice on my audio recorder too. And so that's what I was thinking when you're referring to individual recordings. I mean, I can send those to Wally, and everybody could send those to Wally, and he can use the Skype audio and then these other audio files to make the best possible version of the live ritual. I don't know if that's what I was, is that, and I know it's getting confusing with that, but I mean, would that help to enhance the Skype audio? Because I was planning on doing that after he just told me about this.
I mean, if it was something I could just swap out over the Skype version, if you just record exactly what you did live, I hadn't thought of that, but trying to actually create like a more produced.
I think what he means, just to clarify, I think I understand what SJ is asking is, right now there's 11 people on this call. I'm recording via Skype. I'm going to get a file that has no mixing. It's not like we have 11 tracks. We have one track with all 11 voices. He's saying, hey, should we all record separate so you have 11 tracks to work with?
I mean, that but not necessarily. I hadn't necessarily envisioned, although it's a good idea of.
I mean, I don't know any of the technical side of this, but one thing it could be like if you have the live recording and then you have these individual pieces that we've recorded afterwards, and Wally's mixing these, then there's going to be a difference in quality between the live recording and then these other recordings that he has. So it might be interesting to sort of work with these different layers of quality, you know. So I don't know if it would need to be like a published, polished level of audio for the live show, you know.
Okay, I'm just throwing it out there. It might make it, you know, just better for that. And I'm only referring to the original recording live show, not the remix. I think the remix is anything goes. But, you know, but for that live call, I will probably record it on my own, so I have my own file of my own voice. And if you want to overlay that, if it's better quality, Wally, feel free to. Okay. Maybe we can recommend that people want to do that if they want, and maybe if you don't want to do that because it's too hard, don't do it. But you know, it might just make that live capture even better, and that might be worth it.
Yeah, if you're able to record yourself, if you're able to record yourself like on a phone while you're maybe on Skype on a laptop, if you have that ability, live of whatever you're doing on the live call, that's another possibility, because then it's the exact event, it's the exact audio. It's just you have two sources. There's the main Skype call and there's the live one you do on your phone or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And that was my question went to Alan, was are those the individual recordings he's referring to? And that's why I wanted to get clear. Yeah.
They can be. I mean, that's really, there's no...
Well, it sounds like it's going to be two
I was
things,
trying to use the
right?
metaphor of 1, 2, 3, ABC, meaning, all right, day of, that's what's called in the live record, but I think this is maybe the better way to say it is to say live recording and individual and recorded or individually produced, right? There's the live ritual and individually produced, and within the live ritual we can still take turns. So I think that's where the confusion is when we're saying the individual contributions. You can still take turns, and on that day you can, SJ, you're like, hey, I want to read this piece, this poem, this prayer, right? That's your live ritual contribution. You still took a turn in that. But maybe 2 days later, you're like, as you said, I want to go down to the Black Sea and record the waves. That's your individual produced segment. I was trying to make those distinctions there to say that they both have individual and group components, but one is whatever your turn is on the 11th. The other is, as you say, recording the ocean, or an idea that I personally love.
Yeah. I understand what you mean now completely, Alan, and I think I'm totally clear. I feel completely clear at this point with what we've laid out here. And I've been writing it up, so I might try to generate an email. I can volunteer to do that with just here's the plan, and just try to get a draft circulating.
That'd be wonderful, especially since Mark wasn't here. And
the other thing I was thinking about with Mark, right? Because Alan and I, we talked about that before too. Is Mark's whole thing is visual. It's a visual art piece, right? So if he's going to start it, because this is an audio call, we might want to get him to describe it, like describe what's happening, sort of paint a picture with words of what's going on at the moment, and then that can sort of be the visual element of this, is his description of what he's doing.
And if he goes first, I mean, he can have free reign in his time to use it for that or to describe things. I mean, I think that if there is a visual component to this when we release it, if it'll be on YouTube, maybe we can get him to maybe build some art that can be used for the audio, to go with the audio. I mean, that's another area where he could get visual in, But I mean, to me, it's just such a clean idea. You open with the hymn, and then you just start 4 minutes, and we just go around. And, I don't know. I just think there's a beauty in that. I don't know if there's like another voiceover kind of describing things. I mean, I guess it would work too, but it just seems, I don't know.
I want to make a suggestion here is to say maybe we, as far as, you threw out this number 4 minutes earlier. I think we should probably make some distinctions of like maybe you can submit 4 minutes of waves, using that as the example, your individual produced bit, and then maybe during the ritual you have a different, a different amount of time to take your turn. And again, I don't have any specific numbers or anything. I'm just saying like maybe just so we don't have 3 hours of audio that we're sending Wally, maybe we can trim that down and make it more immediate. So like maybe on the day, the live ritual, maybe you have 2 minutes, or whatever, right? And then if there's something you want to produce on your own, you get another few minutes, that you can send in afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking on the call you would always have that. I was referring to the 4 minutes on the call there, Alan. Just that whatever that time is for the ritual, for that live ritual. That's what I'm referring to.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, I know. You just reminded me that I wanted to raise that point. Is that I do think, just as someone who does this kind of mixing of media, if I had. Let's think what we have. If we had right now, there's 11 people on this call, and let's just even say this is the number of people who participate. You'd have 44 minutes plus of audio, right? If everyone went for 4 minutes, that's not even including your orgy freeform. That's just everyone taking a turn is already 44 minutes. And then people produce audio on their own afterwards. That's a ton of content to sift through and mix for Wally.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that this project has some sense of urgency, we're also at, hey, if this is a prayer, the whole idea is to stop this thing that is actively happening. I know, Zenor, that's been your point, is to say, like, let's step this date up. April 11th sounds really far away because it's by April 11th, who knows how many people are fucking sick or dead or whatever, right? Or what laws have been passed or anything. So this feeling of urgency, I want to say, makes me think, hey, we really need to trim that time down. Maybe on April 11th, live ritual, you got a fucking minute to be, and then, before, and, it's a minute of you to say your prayer. And that could be a ballpark. Here's a minute for you to say your prayer. And at least that's 10 minutes. And then we have our orgy, and maybe that's 10 minutes. And then you've produced something on the side. Do you get what I mean? Like, I just want to kind of keep that a little bit more manageable of a project, so that it doesn't become something that takes months to produce.
Yeah, makes total sense, man. Makes total
well, see, there's two things again too, right? Like the live thing, it can be put out almost immediately, right? So you wouldn't want to. My concern would be that you wouldn't want to cut the actual live thing in any way, just to make the produced thing easier, like you'd want, because the live thing can be released right away. I'd want it to be to
sure,
go on
so the
as long
restriction in
naturally
time
as
could
possible,
be,
right? Yeah.
Sorry, if I say the restriction time can then, that's a really good point. So the restriction time could be flipped, and you could say, hey, during the live ritual, yeah, you get 4 minutes. But if you want to send Wally some pre-recorded audio, you get like a minute or something, right? Like maybe that's where you put your limitation.
Yeah, that sounds better. Yeah, that sounds better.
I like that.
And that kind of keeps the best of both worlds there. Because I agree with your point. I agree with you saying, hey, we don't want to like sacrifice quality of the ritual for a produced product. But maybe then, since the produced product is almost secondary thought, then that's where the time restriction comes in. I do also want to throw out one more just volunteering of effort here. When I had spoken to Zenor about the idea of this being like an audio mix, I'd offered to mix it. Wally also offered to mix it, and honestly, Wally's the audio guy. I'm happy to rescind any control over that or any participation in that to say I think he would do something amazing and more musical and all this sort of stuff. I do want to say you mentioned the visual aspect, and I'm willing to say, hey, if you guys want to record, if Mark Golding wants to record video of the light hitting his altar and, the sun and the flask filling with sunlight and all this sort of stuff, you guys can send me video and I can edit video and Wally can edit some audio. And that's another component that I'm just willing to throw in there.
Yeah,
then it becomes a YouTube video. That would be excellent.
Yeah, if that were the final product, a video with audio, kind of similar to your vision and voice style, where it's, kind of loosely related visual and audio, and then in your face.
Correct.
Right. That would be even better.
We know other visual artists as well who might want to just contribute something visually instead of the audio. So that's
absolutely.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
And I'll throw in here, so Alan, you're going to get some Black Sea video from me. What's the time limit on the video to make it manageable for you? Because I'm writing this in an email, so I want to give kind of what would you say there?
Well, I want our time limits to be the same, and I just want to know your thought on. I've already spoken my piece.
I agree. I think aim for, whether it's audio or video or both, I would say aim for around a minute. If you have, if you have to, I would say don't go beyond 2 minutes. And I think that's a good. I can totally work with that.
Okay.
Sounds good. And then for the live thing that we're going to be doing first is. SJ mentioned 4 minutes. Is that a good sort of?
Should the number in itself be auspicious?
It might be like so. Like you said, like you were saying before, Alan. So if we leave the live thing just sort of more open ended, and I think it's still workable, like even for Wally, because he'll be able to listen to the whole thing and then write down what parts he'd like to snip out of it. So if we kept that open-ended somehow, and then especially this segment in the middle where it's the orgy section, keep that going as long as it needs to go, maybe, and then snip it off at the end.
I don't think the orgy should have any time limit constraint put on it beforehand. I think we should literally feel the energetic. It's like dancing or fucking. It's like, okay, when is it over? It's when it's over.
And I think it is important though to have a Znor just for preparation purposes and just for like kind of organization purposes to have kind of a 4 minutes time or whatever. I mean.
That period, where people are presenting their own thing, I agree with you. There should be something that we work towards. When we all decide what we're going to include in this, then that should be part of our calculations. Is trying to figure out how long it should be, right? So I totally agree with that.
People can pass too. I mean, that's the other thing. We can say, you have 4 minutes, but if you're done, you can maybe signal to pass, or do we let them just go in silence, or how to. That's one other point we might want to decide there. But I think it's important to have a cutoff, and that way it just keeps moving. I mean, I'm sure everybody is cool, but sometimes people get verbose. I know I've done that, and you just you want to keep it moving.
Let me tell you a story about the very first sync presentation in New York City where everyone had.
That's what I'm thinking about, Dick. Yeah, tell it.
Well. It turns out nobody followed the strict time limit, and the thing went over by 2 hours or 3 hours or something crazy. I stuck to my time.
That was kind of what kind of format was it? Like a presentation format or what?
Presentation format. Everyone had a 10-minute maximum, and and like. I mean, I was really strict with like, hey, this is time out your presentations, or if you're doing a video, it's a 10-minute max video. We had, hey, because if you got 6 presentations, that's an hour, and one douchebag in particular really, like stepped up onto the stage multiple times, like, all right, I need you to wrap, like, hey, for real, wrap it up. And then he's like, all right, well, that was the first third of my presentation. It's like, no. And I learned that lesson really hard that day.
Well, the main thing with this is that we're not going to be presenting like our ideas or trying to get a discussion started or whatever. Right? Like
it's the same concept of, listen, unless you are someone who does live presentations regularly, can you picture in your head how long 3 minutes of reading, Bill just says, I'm going to read a passage from the Divine Invasion. Okay, how many pages can you read in 3 minutes? This is like a question to,
Well, it's easy to, that's why I'm thinking about that, because I can time it, right? I can select that fits the window.
Precisely. So that's the kind of preparation, or when you just to clarify, you're like, hey, I don't need the people, asking people to be aware of these time limits for these reasons. You're saying they're not really presenting data. No, but if he's presenting a passage from the Divine Invasion, he can't say, I'm going to read this whole chapter. He gets to say, I'm going to read these 2 pages, maybe. Well,
we could sort of say that this is part of the ritual space is the actual timing. So maybe we should pick a sort of auspicious time, and then that is part of the ritual that you bring to the call, it's strict. It's stricter than at a sort of a presentation format,
This is the thing. In the email, I'm going to make a suggestion in this email to maybe read in advance to try to just get your time yourself to make sure it's around 4 minutes in advance, and so that way people have a heads up. But then the second thing I want to suggest is that on the call we can have someone running a timer, and you don't stop people, but maybe someone has a bell or something they can just put into the call, and that way the person knows to wrap it up after the bell. They don't have to stop right immediately, but it gives them just a heads up.
And then gong.
A gong, yeah. No.
I like the idea of a bell. That's a really nice thought. I think everyone participating here is going to be respectful of that bell. And what it means of you don't have to just stop, but hurry up. The one more thing here. Let's just say Bill was reading a passage from the Divine Invasion, and his 3 minutes ran out. Okay, now it comes time for the orgy section of this performance. He can literally keep reading where he left off, 30 minutes ago, as part of his contribution, almost like making those individual slices now layered, kind of the way Wally would, potentially do in some final mix, but you're doing it live. So it's like, hey, here's 3 minutes of me reading Divine Invasion, and now later when we have this cacophony of voices, we return back to, just as an example. So
that's excellent. I like that.
It's something where, hey, you get 3 minutes to do it now, but then later you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, it gives a good continuity.
Yeah.
That actually raises an audio question, Alan. I'm curious, because I know Skype, sometimes when there's multiple voices talking over each other, it's sometimes you don't record some of the voices. And so I don't know if we want to have some ground rules during the orgy time where we just try to say, if someone seizes the mic,
safe words.
They get... Yeah, no.
Cacao.
Yeah. Or you can pass the mic, and so that way it's not like everybody all at once. Or maybe we want that, and we just see how Skype renders it. But it might be nice to say, listen, you can just come in, you can talk for till you feel moved, when you're moved to stop, and then once someone is silent for 5 seconds, someone else can take the mic. I don't know how that would functionally work or what the best idea is for that. But do you see that potential problem?
We might want to test it out on Zoom. We might want to test it on Zoom, because Zoom is built specifically for that.
Oh, yeah. Zoom would
okay. Does anybody have a Zoom account here that's a pro?
No.
We would need that Zoom Pro to...
Now until the end of the year, I hear. Because
I'm going to put...
schools are relying on Zoom to do e-learning, I heard that it's free for an extended period of time.
Okay, I'll put that in the email. Just research Zoom.
Wouldn't hurt to do another call to test Zoom, to try just like another check-in, see where the world's at, and do it on Zoom just to see, because I know that's where it's so weird that we've been doing these weird Skype connections for years, and now that the world has caught up with us, they're using a different technology than us, and so it almost feels like we're outdated because we're using Skype.
But Skype finally, after all these years, gave us an option to record it, and I really like that because we've had so many recording failures over the years that now this is the built-in aspect really appeals to me. I just want to answer, SJ, your question about in the orgy, do you wait for that 5-second pause or not? I don't like the idea of putting any, like, I think once it's a it's like performing music together or something, right? So if you're talking and you feel like you're shouting over somebody, maybe stop, or maybe that's part of what you're going for. I think following people's energetics, I think the way this works is to have no one who wants to like smear their cock all over it and be like, hey, look, this is about me. I don't get the sense of anyone looking for that. So I'm not too worried about it.
As long as there's a general sense of maintaining flow during the like I think if people are if you can't necessarily make out anything that's going on, maybe it's time to pull back, and if everybody's always on their toes and we actually, maybe if you say, try to make it so that there's no silence. So as soon as somebody stops, somebody, picks right up. It's like a relay. I mean, not necessarily, I'm not saying, impose that strict rule on the orgy, but just those are different approaches you can take, to just maintaining a little bit of order, but also letting the free flow go. And the end result is something actually, interesting to listen to as well.
I want to just say, let's test. My suggestion is on this call, and Mike, I agree with you, Alan. Like I've done some like in some group oming, and where they.
You want to do a practice now?
Yeah, let's do a practice at some time on this call just to test the audio. My concern was more about the Skype audio because if everybody's like grooving together,
there's
but
10
then
people on this call right now. I basically everyone pick a page out of a book.
Everyone, unmute your mic.
Exactly. I'm going to read a book. I'm going to read some of the. Let me get up here.
I just heard 3 people.
Unmute.
Hey, before we start that, it might be fun for the final production if there was somebody mediating the chaos and who could chime in a way that we would know would actually be like aesthetically pleasing for the final production. Like I'm imagining something a little bit comedic and ridiculous, like Alan chiming in when things are getting out of control, saying order.
Yeah,
something like almost something that's built in to the performance that will maintain order and will kind of play with it and be funny with it.
This sort of bill idea is a good. I think that's a good idea. Like some little chime or like I've got this. There's little Tibetan symbols that kind of ding. Like something like that. I don't know.
Yes,
it's like a prayer bell is cleansing. It has a purpose.
But it shouldn't feel like something that it shouldn't feel like something that's like a penalty or like scolding. It should feel in the production like we're flowing with it in a way that we're playing with it, not like the music that plays people off stage at awards where it feels annoying and like
that's a great
fuck
point.
This person. It should feel like, oh, we're happy to keep this going and let's keep moving.
I like that's a really good point. That bell.
It can't feel like there's a little bell in the background and then everyone's like, oh shit, we don't want to hear this anymore. Like,
yeah, that's a really good point.
Can you test the Tibetan symbols right now?
You
want to hit?
Yeah,
those?
I'm trying to.
And you can start us off, and then we can all read a page. I mean, that's
okay. Let me see if I can find them. Just a second.
Because if it's Tibetan, that means it must be calming, right? It must be that. No,
Hey, before we start that, I want to throw in another suggestion here. I really think it would start to feel weird if somebody was rambling a little bit too much. It's bound to happen. There's no way to avoid it. And we started to have like the symbol or whatever come in. So here's just another tiny suggestion. What if whoever suspects that they're going to be up next and that the person is going on too long, what if they start to ad-lib for the other person? This is like a way that in music, you know that the next person is coming up, and it's a way to sort of gel and bridge the gap between them. Like, I'll do it right now. So somebody start talking. Somebody start saying something. And
I'll start. But I shall make my way to Ithaca so that I may stir up his son a little.
Yeah,
I don't.
So
I don't know where
ad-lib what you're saying, and then we start to get the sense that okay, it's going to flow into me next.
I can't find them right at the moment. So
if Zoom,
I support that idea. Yes, I like that idea.
I do too, Joe. But if Zoom, if we test that, let's say next Sunday, and Zoom can record all the voices at once, there's also something to be said for just you won't have this problem. Maybe. I mean, I like the idea of kind of one at a time, but then you have to balance it with the orgy idea of just multiple kind of size and releases going on
I think it
simultaneously.
won't be fun unless we have all flavors of it. Like there's going to need to be times of more chaos and then times of more order, times of one person, times of like blending. So I don't think we should put any strict rule on it.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. I'm going to write down just in my email. You'll see it. I'll include all of this.
I think if we don't welcome a certain level of chaos, then we're not doing this right. And I think that I think like it. The point of structure is to balance the chaos, and the chaos. We're giving the chaos. We're not denying it. We're giving it a space to live within this otherwise structured thing. And I think energetically, that's really that's the right way to do it. So like by having the opening, closing prayers, by having the individual turn taking for 3 minutes or whatever, and then allowing for a space of like, hey, go fucking crazy here. That allows for, again, like a container has been built to contain that madness. And if it gets weird and rambly and whatever, that's. I do think there are ways, Joe. I like what you're saying, like ways to kind of talk to each other, to develop a code, a sort of language or a way of relating to each other, to be like, hey man, I think it's time for you to pull back.
Yeah,
I think there's another easy way to do it, which is we have the chat going in the background. So, for example, like while I'm talking right now, I could see Alan pull up that he's about to go on a tangent from what I'm saying. And so when I see him post that, I add to the very end of what I'm saying, okay, let's get it, Alan. Boom. And then he picks up right where I left off. And then it feels more like we're all working together as opposed to like we're waiting for someone to be quiet so I can step up. It's like me as the speaker now, I'm excited to close my statements and I welcome the next person. All right, Alan, get after it.
Precisely.
That's amazing.
Almost like allowing
just a cue,
like a sort of a queue. I like that idea. Like that the chat gives space for a queue of people who want to participate. Also, maybe a little like, for lack of a term, sort of conducting happening. Like Wally, Wally, you can say.
You could use the other meaning of cue and actually come up like. Joe's suggestion is a type of cue to the current speaker that it's time to pass the baton, and maybe there's a couple of other ways in which, just look at the way we're organically talking now. That we give each other cues when we want to interject, and if two people start talking, at the same time, one persists and one stops, and it just flows organically. But maybe a couple of other. We've talked about the bell, which is a kind of cue, and Joe mentioned like the echo, if you will, of whatever the current speaker is saying to introduce the next speaker. Maybe there's another couple ways we could just identify ahead of time how we can maintain a semi order to the chaos.
What? So we're talking about two different components, right? Like with the sort of 4-minute thing or however long we want to make it, that should be time-based. And so people individually should have an idea beforehand how long it's going to be. And then when that's all finished and we reach this other period, then I think what you guys said, like what you just said, Wally, is that we're just naturally going to give each other space after that, I think, you know?
Right.
Because we'll all be riffing on the things that we had just said before, you know.
Yeah.
And then just to be clear, also, is it going to be, so we do the 4 minutes and each of us takes a turn, and then this sort of free form period happens, however long it is. And then just naturally that sort of ebbs away, and then we return back to the closing hymn, and we all say that together, and then boom, it's finished. Is that sort of the structure that you guys are seeing?
Yeah, and I think maybe nominating a person that has the power, to someone who's going to be sensitive to the energy, whether that's Mark or someone who can kind of sense and then know when to trigger that. Maybe that will give us definitiveness of some kind. But
yeah, it could be. If it's like, if it's kind of this free jazz model that we're looking at, it's like the musicians are tuned into each other enough that they know when the energy's going down, and they know the time. Like just somebody will just start it, and then boom, it all happens.
Start the Orphic hymn. Okay, so whoever wants to end it can just pull the Orphic hymn. Okay, all right.
I think we'll get the sense that the energy's sort of dying down. But I don't know. Except you don't want to pull out too quickly either, right? But
premature. Yeah, you don't want someone to pull the. Yeah, that's why someone that's sensitive, maybe Mark, if there's like a priest we could just give the power to that person, and then no one has to worry.
And I don't think there's anything wrong with saying like we can establish here like a basic time frame is to say like, hey, so I'm at the point where I'm maybe again I'll just say it. I'm at the point where I'm preferring to say 3 minutes than 4 minutes. I just want to like that slight pullback.
All right.
As a framework. I want to hear from you guys if you agree or disagree. I just want to say there's a reason I at this point in my mind I'm like I think just one step back. Anyway, so let's say we start in London, and now it's Mark does, and everybody does their prayer, and now Mark does something, Wally does something, we go to JJ, we go to Guillaume, we go to Joe, we go to SJ, we do all these things, right? I think you're asking now, let's say it's 3 minutes a piece, and that's 10 people. That's 30 minutes. So maybe once it's time that we've completed the circle, and that ends with whether someone on the East Coast or whatever, or going back to London or whatever, now we've opened the floor to everybody and we're inviting everything in. I don't think it hurts to say, hey, let's aim for approximately 23 minutes, right? And you say, hey, we know we're not pulling out too quick. We know we're allowing everyone, we're giving everyone a chance to really get back in there and do something fun. But we could say, this is a ballpark of like, if it starts going way over, we're at fucking 40 minutes of like us all like moaning into the microphone. Maybe I mean, I would have loved to fucking be that high and that into what we're doing. But to say maybe that's when it's getting rambly and ridiculous. So maybe if we establish beforehand, hey, let someone have a rough clock going. That's my suggestion here is 23 is like a really nice middle ground. It's not 45 minutes, but it's not like too quick. And just to say that's 23 minutes of just interacting, of just everybody, playing and all at once, and or however this natural flow happens. But maybe we just have a really rough, and I'll throw in whatever time frame you guys think, and you just sort of this way. Mark Golding knows, hey, okay, it's been 20 minutes. Maybe I start paying attention to like where is the out, and that doesn't happen. Maybe it doesn't come for another 15 minutes, and that's fine. But like maybe we sort of keep like a, hey, this is our ideal scenario. You don't be in church for what, you go to church and it's like, oh, it's about an hour of my time.
About an hour. The whole event is about an hour.
That works.
And so just one thing is to, this is related to this, Alan. I mean, is there going to be a cutoff where people have to say, I am participating, confirmed attendee, or because that would help us kind of guide some of this, or should we just, because what if 20 people show up on the call day of, And so I mean that's just something to think about, because I think if you have three people,
yeah, this whole like what is the time limit? I mean, so Zenora and I had discussed this last week. I think the live space has to be kept a little more. So I don't know. It's gonna sound shitty, but the live space needs to be kept selective in this, just to keep it manageable. Yeah, we cannot have 30 people. Who, let's say if I release this as an always record, and then like 30 people like, oh my God, I wanted that, then that's a fucking 5 days of taking turns before we've even, like, that's madness, right? So I think maybe
it could be interesting though.
I think personally, going back to the sort of ritual idea, maybe there was earlier 11 people on this call. It's not even including Mark Golding. Maybe we leave it at like 13 people, 13 people in the live ritual. If you are listening to this, let's say this is always record and someone's listening to it and they want to be involved, cool. You have 60 seconds to record something and send it to us, right? You can send us 60 seconds of audio and we will totally consider it. We will totally find a way to involve you in this that way. But day of, I don't want that there's 30 people on Skype or Zoom or anything, and we're trying to organize that madness. Particularly right now, I know the people involved right now are people who are sincere and who will respect each other, of like, oh, it's time for Bill to talk, I'm going to shut up and it's time for Bill to talk. But if I have some random guy who follows me on Facebook joining the call, it might be harder to say, hey, I'm ringing the fucking bell, I'm trying to be polite, but like, for real, dude, shut up.
Well, especially because there's just one master track, you can't split the audio, so it becomes real important.
Who is a big thing too. Like if we're talking about an orgy at the end, using this term orgy, and then there's 13 guys,
it's terrible.
We got to include different people into the call.
Well, I have a tentative suggestion that might help add color to it. So I think a lot of people will have a lot of deep and lengthy things to add, but some people might just want to listen and lend things as trivial as their laughter or their being amazed at something that's said. They might not want to say anything. So it might be beneficial to have 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 tiers of participation, and you could tell people this is the topic and this is what we're kind of focusing on, and because of that we've picked these 10 people as who are going to talk. But in the live session you can participate in this tier. Like me, for example, in the live feed, I probably wouldn't want to say a whole lot, but I would love to just say, okay, I'm participating in like tier 3, which means that all I can kind of do is like chime in with like 1 or 2 words here and maybe a sentence every now and then where I'm just like, oh shit, or like, hell yeah, I agree, or I'm not participating in any lengthy way, and that's my role, and I don't break that. I have to respect that that's my participation in that call.
Oh, that's excellent. That's kind of like a Greek chorus idea, like you just have a chorus of people in the background who just just repeat what's being said, or just exclamations or whatever it is, That's great.
Yeah. All right, so Doug, I'd like to hear your opinion on this. Doug and I tried doing these bigger Skype calls a few years ago when we were doing the membership on the SyncBook website, and we did these member calls where it's like, oh, okay, you've paid $7 to join the SyncBook this month, so you get to join the Skype call. That was a really awkward and unpleasant situation more often than not for me. And I hope other people enjoyed participating, but it became a babysitting act, it felt like. And I'm sorry if that sounds insulting to anybody, but people...
No, I want to jump in here and champion what you're saying, Alan.
Sorry, Joe, one more sentence, I like your idea of the tiers. I want to say, again, as a sort of like safe word, where you keep using the orgy term, I want the ability to be like, all right, well then if this guy is not respecting the bounds of the ritual, I'm booting him off the Skype call or something. Like,
right.
If people, I guess what I want to say is like, if SJ, if you're writing up an email and someone says, hey, I want to participate at level 3, okay, cool. But if you're trying to talk for 5 minutes and like, you're like, oh, but wait, I just thought of it. Too fucking bad, dude. Out.
Okay, so totally. I just wanted to jump in. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I want to say that I totally 100% agree with you that it would turn into a babysitting session. I don't think anyone would get out of it what you guys are coming up with if there were people involved that you didn't know and trust. So even if you had some sort of like safety net and tier system, I really still think you would have to limit it to like a very small group of people. I don't think that there's any scenario where you would be able to open it to like 30, 40 people. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, and I just want to say here, I mean, I don't think, for me, my understanding, I mean, we've got 14 people on these group emails, we've got the people on these calls. I don't see why this needs to be opened up to like, hey, do you guys want to join this collective? Like, to me, this feels like an art project for the artists that are participating now. You know, and I think that if you want to have other people,
totally agree.
Yeah, if other people want to participate, I mean, yeah, say send your 1 minute of audio, and we may incorporate it into a remix later of the ritual. But I mean, I'm confident that everybody that's on this call last week and then with these emails, I don't think we're going to have a problem with that group of folks at all. You know, I was raising it more just for like a timing thing. Like, let's say of the 13 people on the call or email, 6 confirm, then maybe we would want to extend from 3 to maybe 5. You know, that's really where I was going with it, Alan. Then, I mean, I didn't even think about like a public invitation. But I mean, certainly that has to be protected against. It would be my sense. So,
yeah, the idea of releasing this particular call as an always record, that's going to make things interesting too. I can see it as being a good thing because it'll sort of generate a kind of like anticipation for this. So, but. What were you thinking with that, Alan? Is releasing this entire thing, or?
No, I mean, I figured we'd have that conversation. I feel like there was a. I don't know. That's the thing with always record. I am recording. We don't have to release it. I think if we want to invite participation, then we should release it. And even if that's again a participation, like, hey, send us a minute of something. I think if we want to invite participation, then we should release this so people understand the motivations and really fully grok the concept that they're going to participate in. If we don't want people to participate, then there's no reason to release this. And just to say,
in a weird, strange way, Alan, this is the ritual. I mean, we didn't read your thing, but you went around the world. Everyone spoke for about 4 minutes. Then it went into this freeform thing.
Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome.
I just want to say something out loud that I said in the chat here. We still, whoever made the point earlier about we would be 13 dudes, that's unacceptable. Like, we need some feminine energy in here, right? Like magic. Anything like I don't know.
Maybe we can read some. I'll bring some women writers. If we don't have that, I can bring some. Like I'll make sure to bring some female voices through the written word. But what about? Yeah. I mean, I don't know the K-Pax. I mean, I know there's some others.
I spoke to Kaylee a few days ago. She's aware of this project and she doesn't feel like she's in the space to participate right now.
I wonder if she'd be more interested in just contributing something visually or something.
Perhaps, yeah. Oh, she's an amazing visual artist. Yeah, that might be something she's more comfortable with. But I I removed her from the email thread after speaking to her.
Oh, really? Okay.
The other. Sort of short people on my list of women would be folks like Hannah, Sybil. I know Misty. I don't know. Misty doesn't identify that way. But just to say, like, I think it might be worth, even if it's like, hey, we're 12 dudes and 1 woman. That's such a classic fucking magical aspect.
Absolutely.
12 plus 1.
The Boise Springs Sink. You remember we had 13 people for that ritual that we did on the Boise Springs Sink too, because it was Easter and the 13. So I really like that idea, finding a woman that can be our kind of reverse Jesus, a female kind of feminine rebalancing. I don't have any to suggest, but
I know Sybil's very reluctant to do audio material, but maybe if her role was literally to like, listen and hold space and just nurture a conversation in one direction or another.
Well, she's the Sybil. She'd be leading us into the underworld, right?
Precisely. Oh yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Snor. Go ahead.
I was just saying, Hannah. I think she'd be into it, and especially the section at the end. I think she'd be great.
I agree. I think Hannah would be so down for that.
Well, I was just going to say, if the Zoom thing, I'm going to put it in this email, but are we still wanting to try to do Zoom or maybe next week as a trial and then compare, or?
Can we do our actual exercise of trying? We're now down to 8 people on the call. Some people have left, but can we try 8 people talking at once before we lose any more people?
The Xenochrony
idea.
Yes, we can. Here I'm going. I'm talking. This is the sound of me talking.
No, you gotta pick something, Wally.
I gotta pick something.
No, you can go with that, Wally.
No.
I think.
Look back at the saggy, droopy lines in the gesture in figure 3.11. Droopy lines of the downward sketch, figure 3.12.
If I speak in the spirit of the Lord, I must say, no one has nothing to justify what I must proclaim to you.
3.13.
I would put
emotions will be carried in the body of the line itself.
One house sleep there, and go thou other islands.
There is still another spiritual
one night there. And go to one series, never back a woman you defend,
Now she
never
has to talk
quit
to me.
your friend,
Because in
and
God's
who
you're
can
listening,
defend,
you and my
never
son.
make
Something good
face
can come
to
from
a
it.
My key and my
fool.
destination, you're going to court this
And
meeting.
never
So,
your
wait,
power
wait,
is
peak hour driving, and I am paying the price mile by mile. In the leisure way, nobody is paying at all. But then,
Does anyone else not think that this is way more fun than a real conversation?
Planet Blue would begin to hear the smart for all the buildings.
Like a lion.
Whether
So
it's my
you're trying to
voice
speak
and these
towards
thoughts are going to be
it
lost
is
to
pristine
history
diamond
forever.
cut,
Or
and the Zoom show miles and miles of empty beauty.
I cannot.
Everyone on the highway is watching. It doesn't matter. Magnetic rebound.
Somebody's listening to me.
Driving.
You rock and you the joy of playing.
Any
Stay in
horse
line,
sock.
get there someday.
You let motion
Yeah,
and wheels of this
we'll get there
die out
Who steals 30 bag lunches?
in simplest things.
I'll tell you who.
Recite my
It was that damn Sasquatch.
For mummy, mit dummy.
I think that's pretty amazing.
Hit. It's a hit.
It was pretty. It's pretty chaotic. The only thing we might try is to listen to each other more. Like if you're in an ensemble or something, you're trying to.
You're always listening.
Well,
Yeah.
the point of to say the point of this right there was to see what is that like.
The peak of madness.
Yeah. I just exactly. Literally, it's getting a high tide mark.
Right.
And to test the audio on that. But yeah, I think during the orgy time, it's not good.
Oh, I wouldn't want that.
It might have
20
moments of
minutes.
that, but some.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a bell.
You know,
Someone can hit the gong to reset everything if you needed to.
22 minutes of that would be hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm seeing this here, Alan. 3-minute live ritual, 60-second indie production, 360. Yeah, I think 3 has got some powerful numerology with the 360 and the the 3 points above the abyss kind of thing. There's some reasons to like 3, I think.
Right. And now, one of the earliest comments from Bill Klaus was that it should be somehow encoding the number 19. Not only is 19 the Sun tarot card, but this whole COVID-19 Obviously, that number, sort of figuring out a way to utilize that number. I have no idea. Like, I don't want to limit anyone to 1 minute and 9 minutes or something like that. But there's something in there that I do want to try and just, if we can, keep that on the back burner of like finding a way to incorporate the number 19.
Yeah, 19
but thank
for
you,
the free forum. Yeah, I mean that might be a nice.
Oh, that's the length. That's the goal length of the free form orgy. Yeah, is 19 minutes. That's a great idea.
It's a little shorter, but it does get you 19.
I like the thing that you said, Alan, about 19 being the sun card, and then that the clip that Mark showed us was all about this solar energy. So even without a timeline, you could still incorporate the 19 through the sun. You know?
You're absolutely right. Yes. Yeah, it doesn't have to be as explicit as 19 minutes or anything. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds a little short to me, but yeah. Let's see, what was I going to ask? There was one other thing. Okay, cool. So we can test that audio, and if that works well in the recording, we won't even need to try Zoom. I mean, there's no reason to do Zoom. I mean, I think we would just green light Skype at that point. Do you think?
Yeah, whatever's easiest.
Zoom. Okay. I'm going to put here in the email something about Zoom as it
lost.
Someone has a recording of this and they'll download it, I believe, and then we can play it.
I'm recording that. I'm recording this, yeah, and we can. I'll definitely listen to it.
It's available to everybody once you stop the recording.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
Cool. It shows up in the chat window as a.
I guess what I'm saying is, how would you know it was lost if it was lost when you listen back?
That's fucking deep, man.
No, I'm serious.
I think the point is, I think it comes down to like a sort of like, for lack of a better term, peaking. Like, if it's literally the audio compression of Skype can't handle it, if it sounds really distorted, that would be too much. If it's just like absolutely chaotic and layered, that's acceptable to me. Gotcha. I expect it to sound chaotic and overly layered, but as long as the audio isn't getting distorted because Skype is trying to process 10 voices at once, I think is the concern.
While we were all talking, it never got distorted. It just sounded like you would expect a bunch of voices talking over each other to sound. So I think as long as it sounds like that, just monitoring it back on our speakers, that's what the recording will be.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
So yeah, and it's all fine.
I didn't notice. I like there wasn't like a point where it started to lag, or you could hear distortion, or anything like that I heard.
No, yeah, it sounded good to me. Surprisingly good. It used to be really bad. I tried to play music with people over Skype, like in the earlier days of Skype, and it definitely was not like multi-threading the audio like that. It seemed like it really had some kind of much more intense auto mute thing. It's great.
Hey guys, I just want to humbly say I think you guys have been thinking about this stuff longer than I have. I don't recall hearing anything about this until this call, so if I'm saying anything you guys already discussed or whatever, just let me know. But I just want to throw in my personal opinion that it sounds like you guys are putting together something that you want to have high production value that hopefully will grow after the first time, so you can do it a few times. And it's my opinion that it would be really, really cool if there was a heavy focus on exiting and entering in very sharp manners, and that if that was like a prime emphasis for everybody, so that there was no scenario in the whole ensemble where somebody stopped what they were saying in an inarticulate manner and the next person picked it up in an inarticulate manner. Because even though there's nothing wrong with that, it sounds like you guys are trying to put together something really like satisfying from a production level. So it would be cool if there were strict rules about how you exit. Like, for example, the way that you could exit would be, I say, and nobody can really say this better than Alan. Or I could say, and there's no better person to expound upon this than Bill. And
yeah,
so
I think
we have I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I think that I just wanted to echo what you were saying. That's really important. I used to do a lot of free improvisation in physical groups, and those contexts, you have kind of the same issue. It's like you're trying to get that nice middle where the composition as a whole has a shape, like a dynamic shape to it. It's not just people playing all the time, and it's not people being very sparse and respectful, but that there's actually kind of a zone of action where it feels like people are actually responding and interacting. And in a physical situation, that can happen quite organically, and that's when it's the best. But over a digital thing like this, with the lack of body communication and just nonverbal cues and so on, I think having explicit rules is probably a really good way to go if we want to give it some kind of dramatic and pleasing arc. Yeah.
Let me read back what we have so far on this exact point, because we talked about it a little. And so, cool. We have the symbol, the gong. Someone could hit the gong to give that cue. We have the actual cue in the chat. So what we could do is have literally people not coming into the ritual space unless the chat has given that green light. So there's kind of an order.
That's great.
That would help. The third thing is that we have a ad lib or an echo, what's been called an ad lib or an echo. And this is where, let's say in the chat, someone says, all right, Bill's up. And then, I'm talking too long. Bill could then just come in and start echoing me, and that would be a cue. So we have some kind of built-in rules. Now, they're not strict and explicit. But I think earlier some folks were saying they didn't want to have something strictly so rigid. So there was kind of this idea that these three features could be utilized to keep that space flowing.
SJ, what do you think of, and not just you, but to what you're saying there, what if it's something like, okay, we all take turns going around the globe, everyone gets their 3 minutes or whatever, and now we've opened up the floor to freeform jazz of voices and turns and all the ways we want to do it, and that's where there's like all the little controls and safety words are in place. And then I do think there should be, even if it's just a minute, 1 minute and 9 seconds or some shit like that, where literally all restrictions are removed. I think kind of like how we just did the maximum chaos, I think there should be a moment where that is allowed, where all restrictions are gone, and then we can kind of come back. We can pull out of that. Maybe that has a time limit or whatever. And then, cool, now you're out of that. And we go back into freeform jazz. We go back into these controls and sort of coordination and fade back out into Mark or something like that. What do you guys think of that, of allowing at least a short moment of everything goes?
I love that idea.
Yeah.
I think that's an amazing idea. Yeah, it's kind of the climax of the orgy, right? And then we'll have the fall down and the
aftercare section.
It kind of strikes me like dubstep.
Yeah, dubstep sync ritual 2020.
Like when the beat drops and then the chaos.
Right, exactly. It's I don't know, in that space, like say once the freeform stuff starts, then it's a matter of listening. Like it's a matter of trying to listen to each other. Like improv is pretty hard, actually. Like to get that,
yeah.
Like to get that right, you really have to listen. And I think if we're able to do that. So we've been listening anyways. We've been listening to these 3 or 4 minutes of people talking, everybody talking, like listening really hard, and trying. I think in that period, we've got to have a sense of the whole thing that we're trying to create anyways, and then in the freeform space, we're listening again to whatever anybody is saying, and trying to play it as much as possible as your own voice as an instrument that's listening to others, and then. Eventually, it will reach that point where it's just a complete blowout, and that I think naturally that'll only be a short time. Like just the stuff that we just tried, like that can't possibly last that long,
Yes, yeah.
So I don't know how much we would need to structure that. If we just focused on listening. then it might work out naturally.
I was just thinking about how strange this stuff is in a sync context, because normally one would say, well, let's do a dress rehearsal. If the thing is, we have to sort of tune into each other and do the sort of the improv-manship kind of thing of 99% listening. It often takes a time to build a rapport with people, I find. But the thing with sync is by investing any libidinal energy in the thing up front, it might deprive the actual ritual of having that charge of the first time out the door. That energy can count for so much with this kind of thing. So yeah, I'm not really making a suggestion, just contemplating the problem space there. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a key point, because the thing about this is that, at least from my point of view, is that it's not really a product or even a live recording that we're making. It's a ritual. So it's
right. It's energy focus.
Yeah, so it's the intention that counts more than anything else, right?
Right.
Yeah, and I think the less rules, the better, is my sense. I mean, I think it's good to have a map, but I mean, like even Alan I like the idea a lot. Like, okay, now is the 1 minute and 9 second period. Everybody come in. I think it's going to be hard to like change on a dime the energy, whereas it might be easier just to kind of like get some suggested principles that people can read beforehand. Like, there's going to be this free space. There might be a moment where we have a cacophony, and people will know when that's beginning. And we can even in the chat say, all right, let's get a few people going at once, and let's do this, and then we can kind of initiate it that way.
Nice, yeah.
But I think it's a great. I'm just thinking the more like safe words and timing things. I'm worried that it's going to break down into chaos anyway. And so like just having as minimal sort of restrictions as possible. But I think the point of saying, listen, we want this to be high quality. Like, please pay attention, listen, don't talk over people. You'll have time to jump in. Don't worry. That's a good to reiterate at the beginning of something like this. Anyhow, I'm not sure what I was going to say. Well, no, let's pull back. I want to talk about the conspiracy unfolding in the world again now.
Yeah.
The ritual. No,
Another 3 hours about the conspiracy. Yeah.
I actually did want to make a quick point about that. If you guys, I was thinking earlier about in both Brave New World and 1984, there's simultaneous worlds in both of those novels. Like, there's the advanced technocratic world, and then there's like the analog former world. And it's just something I've been thinking about as we were speaking earlier, just how, going outside without a mask and breathing in fresh air, is that going to be like a transgressive, resistant type of behavior in the future? Walking around without your chip and go without your mask and chip is like when they have sex in 1984 and they're transgressing all of the restrictions,
Right. There's
anyhow,
still this... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, please. I was done. No. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that there's a pervasive fantasy, at least in America right now, that this is going to be a kind of an isolated duration, and then things are going to return to normal, even in the immediate future, right? I mean, just in kind of like on the whole, that the American project can just continue unabated. But the thing of it, of course, is that as the environment continues to degrade and the population keeps getting larger, pandemics of this sort aren't going to go away. They're going to become more frequent. This one will probably be looked back upon as a very mild foreshadowing of the kind of world we're entering into. And I've been thinking a lot about the Aztecs, because they practiced ritual human sacrifice. And towards the end of their civilization, I think at some point they were sacrificing like 80,000 people a day just an insane number. There were like lines of people, stretching for miles to be executed. And it seems to me that the blood pyramid in the United States is the whole neoliberal economic late stage capitalist nightmare that we're living in. And there's just a kind of a very terrible but generally true thing about paradigms that are dying, is that they tend to just double down on what they're doing. They don't look around and say, oh God, the entire technocratic project is destroying the earth and sort of, there isn't going to be an option of go outside or stay in with your computer. The whole way of life is making it just stay in your computer, right? And so instead of, it looks like we're gearing up to basically to sacrifice several million people to the capitalist blood pyramid by not, there are 6 million people in the country that are unemployed now. The economic fallout of this thing is going to be insane, and America does not have good social support systems or anything like that. You look at what some other countries are doing, giving people like full paid wages during this period and so on. The messaging is already so confused. It's like everybody stay home, but there are people in Brooklyn who aren't going to be running out of food within a couple weeks. That magical government money doesn't show up for another 3 weeks minimum. And realistically speaking, the IRS doesn't have the infrastructure to send all that stuff out. It's going to take months for that money to show up. It's like, what happens in the meantime? So far, there's, the focus is rightly on containing the virus. This is a huge scramble because completely unprepared. But as soon as that story is finished, that this economic crisis is going to be, it's going to be really a thing. So I've been thinking a lot about this in relation to COVID because it's made out of little red pyramids and all this. I wonder if there's some way of integrating the triangle as a visual into this thing. The number 3, which has already been circling around here, seems quite related to that. It's also like kind of basically a threefold caste structure that we have in most Western countries. So I don't know. There's my random bunch of condensed topics there. Yeah.
No, that's great. The 10 is the Tractatus, the Pythagorean pyramid.
Right.
The white 9. And then the 3, that's what I was saying earlier about the tree of life with the 10 Sephiroth. We have the 3 above the abyss, so at least there's kind of a 3 and 7 distinction in that model. But just to say here, and I know we're going back on that, but this idea earlier, we're talking about, when things get back to life, we're all going to party, we're going to have our dinner parties. I'm actually more in the camp now that I don't think we're going, it's not going to go back.
Exactly.
Like we're not going to get released again. That's the thing. I don't think it's going to be my sense is it'll be a controlled release where you get to go out only if and under these conditions. And that's probably here to stay. So, I don't know. Maybe it'll be like Easter, everybody walks out and it's just party in the streets or something. But my sense from what I've read is that this is here to stay.
Yeah,
and there's going to be lockdowns.
Totally, man. It won't be Easter. It'll be half a year, maybe. Eventually things will return to some kind of normalcy, probably, but it won't be the same culture. That's what I keep going back to. The whole culture is going to shift around this. There's going to be a deeper fear of getting close to people. Particularly for people who lose loved ones in this thing. I don't know. It's so early days on this, and the thing is changing so quickly. But it'll be very interesting to watch the scar tissue form around this in the world. Yeah.
Yeah, and the technocratic kind of white papers that are written about this that talk about, if you want to talk about people using this to reform society, using this crisis to kind of come in and reform. Did you guys read the MIT technology? I know I referred to it last time, but I've seen it's going all around the internet. But they just tell us, look, there's going to be checks everywhere you go.
Yeah,
I guess one way to phrase it is that our former collective space that we could freely walk around in, and that we never would have considered that would go away. That's going to be heavily restricted, modulated, and modified. I think almost indefinitely. Now maybe you can scamper off into the countryside or something, and still, or maybe in rural or middle America or these smaller towns, there would be something remaining. But I don't think in the big cities. Unfortunately, I don't see it going back to normal, and someone says that's what the ritual will stop. I hope so, Z. I hope so, Znora. I mean, I think the ritual, my sense is designed to help us grapple with whatever's coming so that we can face it. And someone used adapt earlier in this call. This is all about adapting. What we're in now is all about adapting. Just like post 9/11, we had to adapt. Do you fly? No, I'm going to opt out. You can feel my balls. And they've done that 20 or 30 times. And I've never gone through the machine flying in America.
Totally.
So,
go ahead, sir.
Yeah, exactly. No, just saying. So this is what my hope is, that no matter the external constraints, and hopefully this will do some healing to limit those in some kind of collective way, but it's going to heal us and give us kind of some room to adapt and without being afraid, I think.
I hear what you're saying, and I think for sure this will help us adapt. But that's not what I see it as being. I see it as being something to break us out of the cage, like just an initial step for that. I see it as being potentially way more empowering than that. For me, it's not. It's like having conversations like this helps me adapt. But something. Taking it beyond to a ritual, it's like it's trying to be active, it's trying to be creative, it's trying to take this by its horns and deal with it, go beyond it somehow, it's a form of activism basically, Yeah.
Yeah, 120%, Snore. This is activism. This is real activism. I am totally with you, man. 120%.
Agreed. Yeah, definitely.
Which I don't know. Like, it's hard to say what this is going to do or anything. But I was talking to Alan before. Remember in the last big chat we brought up this idea of like our personal timeline kind of affecting like something in the past that. A ritual we could have performed, we didn't perform, and it sort of fucked up the timeline somehow. And then we were, in a sense, the creators of this massive crisis that we're now in. And so I see this ritual as a way to kind of nullify those effects, like just almost going back in time to that point where we could have changed it and we didn't, and then ritually we can sort of re-enter that space again. If we have it. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I just want to say this is how the astrological magicians have. I mean, this is the model of medieval magic. I mean, it was all astrological, or most of it. And so, and I've practiced this stuff in other contexts, and I can tell you, it's going to have an effect on reality. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, I now what that is, we'll have to see. But I'm definitely in the camps, Nor, that it relates to exactly this kind of where did we go wrong? I'm trying to heal the timeline, and it's better to do it with 14 people definitely. And all of our intention. Maybe we'll get us back into a timeline like, I don't know, of the best possible timeline that exists, the most free, the most love, the most,
This is fucking Back to the Future 2 we're living in after all, right?
yeah. Or Donnie Darko. Maybe we'll all like time loop ourselves out of existence. At the end of this ritual.
This is also Hodorowski's view of magic too. Like I forget what he called it. Psychomagic, right? It's exactly his idea too. Like that, we were probably all of us have had traumatic experiences in the past, and so his idea is you reenact those traumatic experiences symbolically. So like in a Freudian sense, you wanted to kill your father or something. Obviously, you can't kill your father, but you can do that symbolically. And you kill your father, and then you fulfill something in yourself. You've done it. So there's no need to kill your physical father anymore. So it's that kind of intention that should go into this,
The thing that I'm really curious about is whether or not capitalism can survive this thing, the way capitalism as practiced up until this was, until this crisis began. So that's the dream on the other side of this, is that maybe there are other ways to live. I've been listening to this interesting book. It's called Braiding Sweetgrass, but it's a native perspective, and their worldview was a gift economy where you're giving because that the thing has value and that it'll come back to you in some shape or form. And so that boggles the Western, consumeristic mind, but that would be really fascinating to end up in some kind of something that's just a little more fair for everyone.
Totally.
Yeah. I don't know what that looks like or how you get there, but something that so the environment is a player, and we actually afford everything its proper due and value, and so that we're not overlord reptile lizards anymore, sucking everything dry.
Well, exactly. The real possibility with this is that nobody has any control over it, and capitalism's as fucked as any of the rest of us. It's we have all these ideas that they're going to be able to implement this totalitarian police state worldwide, but who knows? Who knows if they've got any sort of control over it, or if they're just using these police state measures to try to keep the explosion from happening. It's like they've got all these tools and contingency plans and whatever in the background, and they're trying to lay them out, trying to clamp this down as much as they can. But even they are going to fail in this. It's like we can never assume that it's a done deal.
Yeah, and this is, I think, a really good point for what I'm going to put in the email, is that I really think, and people can say whatever they want. I mean, I don't think we're going to tell people what they have to use their 4 minutes for, but one potential is that this is a kind of a collective healing ritual, and so kind of your personal or your vision for personal and collective healing. It might be something you want to speak to at some point during the ritual. I mean, that's what Asclepius is all about. He's the healer, and so I can see someone, I just had a vision of Doug reading from that book, maybe telling us these new ways that we can interact, and kind of opening up a vision and verbalizing a vision of the world that we want to see. Just one idea. I mean, for what people want to do. I know I'll be doing something like that. I don't know quite yet what it will be, but I mean, it's going to be this an idea of healing and trying to bring this world, get off this timeline, man. Let's get off this timeline.
Yeah.
So, but into something that's better, that we can begin to start articulating, energetically at least, And that's why the ancient symbols are so important, because they do have articulations of this. I mean, it's already been articulated, and so we can align with that, and kind of build upon it. But
yeah. Why should just the controllers be monopolizing these symbols? If we have knowledge of them, we can use them.
Have you heard of Seuss valence? Someone just told me this. A friend of mine's really involved in Silicon Valley, and he was like, "I'm all about Seuss valence," and I went and looked it up, and it's the concept that you use the tools of surveillance against the surveillors.
Uh-huh.
And so the idea, I would say, the release of the Epstein emails is kind of a Seuss valence, where these tools they set up get kind of turned back, and it ripples, and so I just underscoring what you were saying, Snor, that I mean, this coming world, if there is some kind of technological hoops we have to jump through, if that even is successful in being implemented, I mean, there's going to be pockets of how to use that for our own positive end, and setting aside even exposing elites, but just in general, there's always silver linings. And that's what I meant about adapting. It's like whatever manifests in the material in the future, that's not a death sentence, or like that's not a sentence. That's not a curse. Doesn't have to be. We're going to have maneuverability within whatever happens to bring out the seed of life and the seed of divinity, and this kind of our humanity can be retained, and that's what I was meaning by and thrive, and that's what I was meaning by adapt. And that's what we're doing today. That's what we were doing in the old world. I mean, it wasn't perfect. It's not like it was some perfect, fantasy. I was having to every day make sure I retain my humanity against the things I was up against. So I think we'll still have that task before us.
Yeah, probably I'm ready to go too. So this has been great, guys.
Yeah, that's perfect. Can I ask a quick question? I raised the point earlier of, are we looking to be open to people sending in participation? And basically, do we want to release... I don't have a horse in this race. I just want to be very clear, but I want to ask the general opinion. Is this an always record? Do we not release the business part of it, or do we release everything? I think if you want participants, then that would be the incentive to do it. But I'm also, I don't need content. It's not like that. I just sort of want a general opinion on that.
Yeah, my feeling is release it, just to even if it might generate a lot of people who want to participate, and still we can accept or not other people's participation, or just say, like your idea before about just adding audio or whatever, maybe not joining in the call, but the other point about releasing this is that it just builds up anticipation for it, kind of excitement for it.
Precisely, yeah.
Which might be an interesting element to it.
All right, yeah. If that's how you guys feel, I just wanted to.
That's just my view. I don't know if other people you might have other ideas.
Anyone else? No. All right.
It's like, I don't mind. Add psychic juice.
Yeah. I'm just saying. I mean, it will bring attention to it, and I think it's pretty clear. We should just say it again. Like the actual live ritual, we already have all the seats pretty much full, I think.
Right.
I mean, but there's this other artifact that's going to be produced from the ritual that people can send in a 1-minute clip to add to this later piece of work. That's going to be it's going to be just as amazing because the artist that's making that is really, really good and super talented and everything. So, I mean, that's just, I think, something to clarify. If we're looking at a 13-person ritual, I think we already have probably more names than that on our list that we've already been that have already been keyed into this. So,
but the other thing also is that just put this out and say the seats here might be taken up, but come up with your own thing. Like hopefully this is a seed idea, and this kind of thing happens. Like, wouldn't it be amazing if just this spread like a meme all over the place? Like people are getting together doing conversations anyways, right? Like why not something like this, more intention involved. So yeah, I think it.
So the one thing that wasn't clearly specified, I mean, I think everything has been. This is a dead horse, is what I'm saying. It's beaten down. But April 11th, and is the time 4 p.m. Eastern, Alan? I mean, it seems like that's kind of where it landed. I know, SJ, you were saying...
Yes, that's what we were saying, where it landed, yeah.
9 p.m. Eastern would be ideal, but I don't think that's really possible for the time zone, because I think that would make it really late in England.
He was saying maybe push it back an hour or so. So like that could be, instead of starting at 4 p.m., Eastern, we start at 5 p.m. Eastern or something. But
it wouldn't matter. Like I said, I
we
could
definitely
start at the same time.
Sorry, what's that?
I could start at the same time as we did today.
Yeah. If you're cool with that, I'm going to say this. I think Wally's long gone, right? But I do want to say maybe if there's a chance that there's still some sunlight in England, it would be nice. So right? So like if it's rather than pushing back, like if it's just a difference of an hour, and as much as I don't want to volunteer your sleep, but to say if it's just like an hour, whatever, then maybe we start at the same time so we have some sunlight in England when he's starting.
Definitely, yeah, that's important.
So I just wrote down, these are the 11 people that are...
And so this is happening when I'm at work, and so I think I definitely can play, but I don't know how much. So...
What's your schedule, Doug? What's your schedule?
Sorry, and you know what? And I didn't even see that Dennis had already signed off, so that makes 12. And
so this is starting about the time that I get off.
What if we push it? We could in London. So I can. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I wouldn't want. These time zones are so tricky. I wouldn't want anyone to change anything for my sake. So.
Is 5 something that you could do? 5 Eastern, 6 Eastern? I think it's important to have you on the call, Doug, frankly. But obviously if you can't make it, you can't make it. But you're kind of remember you were our Jesus, weren't you, at Boise Spring Scene? You were the Jesus.
So.
Could you slip behind a shelf or something and get out 4 minutes?
No, that's what I would do. So
yeah,
I kind of, depending on how busy we are that day, I probably can just end it at that time. But I can't say that with all certainty, that that's going to be the case.
You guys see these 13 names I've put on the side here? That's looking through there was in the email thread 2 other people that I had included that didn't answer. David Plate never responded, and Michael Schott didn't answer. But I think we have our basically 13 people here. This is just like who has participated in the... Can you guys see that chat?
Yeah.
So that's literally the people who we know. I just wrote down their names of who we know is actually interested, and that's 12 people. So if we leave the 13th seat for a female presence, that's exactly... We're already at 12 without even trying.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, and I want to just say at 2:38 New York time, that is sunset in London. So that might be too early if we're still trying to get the sun. And we might have to just say that.
That just doesn't happen like that, and that's fine because that could be part of the. That could be something he records sunrise that morning or something, as a different part of the. That's where I think, Zenor, your point was like, hey, you're not trying to have a final product, but I think we can strengthen the ritual with this. The other artistic aspects would be, okay, if it's just too late, it's just too late, and that's the time that seems to work. But then he can just make sure he films something that day.
Yeah, or for the second part, I'm sure if we talk to Mark too, he's. I think he's pretty gung-ho to do anything. So if even the sun has set when we do the live event, I'm sure Mark would be able to adapt something for starlight or something like that.
Sure.
If we're able to talk to him, maybe one of us or a few of us should talk to him as well. call him at one point, and then and see what he thinks. We could add his ideas into it. But I think he'd be willing to change to whatever situation that we came up with.
I would just throw in here, I mean, they asked if we're looking at the ritual altar being in London, 6:20 New York time is kind of the best time for the most powerful energetics around that location. I know that's a little late for him, but just to throw out, I mean, I don't think we have to do it that way because this is a global ritual, but you know, as soon as you start tethering something to one spot, you can then actually look at different arrangements because you have
maybe it'd be worth in the email, SJ, since you're composing an email, ask Mark for his general longitude latitude. He doesn't have to give you exact, but you know, like I'm sure he can very easily. We all know how to like pull up a Google map and see where you're at. If he gives you that, you can kind of. I like the idea of hey, if there is a specific time. We can't hit it. We can't hit it. It's fine to accept that, but it would be good to be aware of it. Again, even if it's like if it fits into the timing decisions at all or anything, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just thinking, I put London in because someone, I guess I didn't, but yeah, right around that time, about 11:20 p.m. is when the moon hits a certain spot. It's just rising. Basically, moonrise happens, and that's a real powerful moment. And also, all the Ophiuchus stuff will be rising around that time, and so that's kind of a powerful thing. But yeah, again, it's a global ritual. So I'll put in the email. I'm going to ask everybody about timing, and I'm going to put a range, something like 4 p.m. New York time, and I'll just tell people this is the range. This might be a little bit more ideal, but of course, let us know within this range what works best for you. But, you know, Doug might be a little later. The later might be better for Doug. So I'll just throw all that in there, and we'll see what people say. Alan, how about that? See what everyone says.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
No, I think that's perfect. Cool. All right.
Okay.
So just to say where we're leaving this today, SJ, you feel comfortable? You said you've taken the notes. You feel comfortable writing that email?
Yeah, I do. And I'll get it out probably. Give me like 36 hours to 48 hours and I'll have it out. Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
Well,
no worries.
Thanks.
Got it. This is exciting, man. I mean, it's just like these kind of energetics. And just to say too, I mean, the April 12th thing with Trump, I mean, and the whole thing we talked about last call, Alan, with Trump and the Ophiuchus and everything, it really feels like there's some synergy around this timing. Oh, and what Bill said, 411 on the 2020, you know, information and hindsight, and so there's a lot of synchronicity here too.
And just to be clear, what day of the week is this? It's a Saturday.
It's a Saturday, Sunday, because Easter's the next day.
So is that called Good Saturday, or is that a Good
Ooh,
Friday?
That's really interesting to be doing it between Good Friday and Easter. Is literally to be doing it when the sun is in the underworld,
in the tomb.
And
Yeah.
Christ is in the underworld, right? Like Christ is bringing all the people from hell up that sort of got trapped in purgatory coming up, you know. That's
major
like
resurrection of souls going on.
Like he's stealing the keys, or he's not stealing. He's forcibly taking the keys to hell. Yeah, that's great.
Holy Saturday is what it's called, and the
Holy
other thing
Saturday.
so when the sun is eclipsed, that's when the corona appears. You know,
you're right.
Oh,
you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And so you have the 19 Sun Tarot, the eclipse and underworld. I mean, there's just so much jammed in here, sync-wise.
And then Asclepius's mother, the black crow, too, Coronis. Yeah.
You know that crow is it? I just learned the other day that crows are in the Corvid family.
Yeah, there's a constellation called Corvus as well.
Yeah,
Geneva Corvus. Yeah.
There's a crown constellation too. Like there's a Corona constellation. I think it's in the same mythology as the crow, where the crown gets thrown up with the crow. So I think those two are close to each other.
Yeah, Corona Borealis is the crown, and the star in Corona Borealis. Let's see here. There's one of the bright stars. I can't find it now. Bootes. That's a bordering constellation. Anyhow, yeah, Corona Borealis, the crown. Alphecca. It's Alphecca. That's near where this is in the sky. It's actually just over like 30 degrees from where this is in the sky.
All right, I have one more piece of homework for you all here before we part ways. Obviously, you're thinking about what you want to contribute for April. How about this? I'm going to work on getting this recording online so that you have a way to share it with people if you want. But what I would essentially like to propose is make a short list for yourself of artists, visual artists, sound artists, poets, or priestesses, or whatever the fuck, right? Make yourself a short list of artists that you would want to invite to come up with a minute of content. And then I'll try and have this recording ready so you can maybe even like send it to them. Like, hey, here's us talking about this for an hour. I'll try and it looks like we sort of talked for an hour going around the globe, checking in with everyone. We kind of maybe did business talk for a certain chunk of time, and then there was a sort of end piece. I'll try and arrange the episode so that the business conversation is, part 2 of 3 or something. And you can share that audio with an artist and say, hey, if you're interested, this is what we're planning. Would you like to participate in some way? You have 1 minute, I just want you guys to think about that. If there's some people you'd like to invite to participate, that would be maybe an easy way to do it.
Cool. Good idea. Doug, AR Film Symposium. Sorry to bother you. Yeah.
I think we recorded that last Easter. If you guys remember, it was you, me, and Dennis SJ. And it was early in the morning for both Dennis and I. I need to re-listen to it, but it's interesting that we always click on Easter for some reason.
Huh.
And so like now I'm thinking about
we were in Easter. It was Easter for Boise Spring Sync, right? The 2016.
Yeah.
Oh, that was some fucking heavy magic. That there.
That was heavy duty. Wow. That's why I got the idea for this whole thing, was because of that magical ritual, the Boise Spring Sync, and it particularly when we were holding hands. Remember that? Yeah. And we did the whole meditate. I mean, it was an intentional ritual going through that maze together. I mean, it was just it changed my whole life. Yeah, I mean, it's insane. So why not do more of that? But,
yeah.
All right. Well, any other?
Yeah. No right.
What happened with you, Alan? I mean, did you just kind of? I mean, did it reverberate? Was there anything that was like 100% that you can point to? I mean, just for me, because I met Jen Zart there. I came home
from that trip and told my wife I was leaving her.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that was like a major, that's about that was a huge turning point for me. Yeah. My wife is nothing like it was before that trip. So, yeah. Anyway, yeah, it's a big one. That was a big one.
Yeah, me too. Wow. Well, let's hope this is going to be just as big, and that we're going to enter into something.
Well, that's I think that's why I want us to have some. I think the reason I keep insisting on some parameters and thought and not just total chaos magic is because chaos magic, washes out some of the good with the bad. I want this to be intentional and healing. Particularly if we're in a chaotic moment in history, I don't feel the need to just pour fuel into a fire of chaos magic. I want to have some intentionality here, and I feel really good about everything. The level of intentionality plus artistic freedom. Again, it's like chaos. I don't mean in a negative way. I want total artistic freedom, but in spiritual, mental, emotional integrity and intentionality. I think is important. So,
yeah, absolutely. Let's see.
Sounds
Dennis
good. I'm going to take a shower.
Yeah.
I think you need a shower, too, Znor.
I was just thinking that.
I definitely need a shower. That sounds really good. I might take a bath, actually. I might really go luxurious this time.
Wish I could take a bath. All right, well, I'll have that email out to you guys. Okay, look for that, and I'm going to try to just be as comprehensive as possible. But I'm sure we'll bounce it around and start a chain, and maybe we can meet next Sunday again just to do some more groundwork preparation, or I'll leave that up to what you guys think. But that might be nice just to chat a little bit and make sure we're doing a final pass before we go live and just get everybody clear. And if we feel like we need it.
Sounds good.
Cool.
All right.
All right, guys. Thank you all. Have a great day. Okay. We'll keep in touch, and we'll have that email thread, but maybe also if there's another Sunday before then, maybe we'll touch back in base. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right,
Thanks,
guys. Talk to you soon. Okay.
Bye. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.